doctor informed me that I had to be transplanted, I froze. I was in shock.
Mr. Gatling was on dialysis. He had end-stage kidney failure. Transplants are some of the most complex procedures in medicine.
I received a kidney transplant at Virtual Health.
We are the only transplant center in South Jersey.
I can stay in my own backyard. I thank them for keeping me alive.
Virtual Health, the only transplant center in South Jersey. Here for good. Learn more at virtua.org.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Liberty is more than freedom. Liberty is the freedom to act with a purpose and for the greater good. It's the freedom to petition, pray, and peacefully assemble. Discover the complete story of liberty in America at the National Liberty Museum. Visit the latest exhibit, The Forgotten Freedom, American Assembly at 250. To learn more, visit libertymuseum.org. That's libertymuseum.org. Experience liberty. Tested, shaped, and lived.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and nearly 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. Left untreated, these veins can cause tired, heavy legs, swelling, burning, cramping, aching, even restless leg syndrome. In some cases, it can lead to serious health risks, like blood clots. USA Vein Clinics offers minimally invasive treatments that take as little as 15 minutes, covered by most insurances. Call 267-223-7162 and schedule your appointment today. Don't wait. Call 267-223-7162 for free information today. Imagine walking, exercising, and sleeping peacefully again. Varicose and spider veins won't go away on their own. USA Vein Clinics can help. Call 267-223-7162 for fast, easy, and affordable solutions. USA Vein Clinics treatments are covered by most insurance plans. Don't put this off any longer. Call 267-223-7162.
Be prepared with CHIP, free or low-cost healthcare for Pennsylvania kids and teens. From checkups to unexpected bumps and bruises and everything in between, CHIP has you covered. Don't wait until you need it. Be prepared with CHIP. Because every kid deserves quality healthcare and every parent deserves peace of mind knowing their kids are covered. CHIP, free or low-cost healthcare for kids and teens under age 19. Learn more at chipcoverspakids.com.
Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
Sometimes historic events suck. But what shouldn't suck is learning about history. I do that through storytelling. History That Doesn't Suck is a chart-topping history-telling podcast, chronicling the epic story of America, decade by decade, from the 18th century to the 20th. Original music and immersive sound design accompany us on our storytelling journey. Listen to and follow History That Doesn't Suck, an Odyssey podcast, available now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hit the road this season to watch the Birds. Book your road trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are available now for Nashville, Arizona, Chicago, and London. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly. The official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
This is Paul Cozy from Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. Your wedding band should last a lifetime, so why settle? We're family owned and design every piece ourselves. When you work with us, you're getting quality jewelry crafted with care. And you're working direct with the designer, me. Step up to the fifth seat and get a wedding band you'll treasure forever at Cozy Jewelers. That's color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy.
Hi, I'm Connie Urkel, and I'm here with my husband, Guy. We're excited to be here and tell you our great success with Crash Proof.
It feels great knowing that I hear other people talking about the market, whatever it does, they're all fretting over it, and we don't have that fret at all. We are very comfortable knowing that the interest that we've made, we're not going to lose it. It's just going to compound and create more money as we move forward.
This year, one of our vehicles brought in over 18%, and they weren't charging us fees to do this. We get to take advantage of the increase in the market, but we never lose. We're not anxious about what is going on around us politically and globally.
I encourage you to get involved, give them a call, and set up a meeting. Not that I want to wish my life away, but I'm looking forward to next March to see how much more money we made.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Spring Mill Country Club in Ivyland, PA on Tuesday, August 18th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Are you tired of climbing over that dirty, old, slippery tub? Your bathtub should be beautiful, functional, and safe. PJ Fitzpatrick is pleased to offer the Jacuzzi Shower System, installed in just one day, featuring low entry thresholds and designer walls and fixtures. You'll step right into luxury. Plus, PJ is offering a free shower seat and safety bars for all customers this month. Schedule your free design consultation at trustpj.com.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Lindsey Graham loved people from all walks of life, I think in part because of the way that he grew up, because of the fact that he wasn't handed everything. He was fascinated in everybody. He was fascinated in the wait staff in the Senate dining room. He was fascinated in the people who made the food. He was fascinated in the lowest staffer who had been hired 3 days earlier. He was fascinated by, of course, the very leadership of our country. And I think he was fascinated in people because he loved people and he was interested in them. He was the kind of guy who would walk into the Senate. And when he walked into the Senate, this was a guy who couldn't have stood more than 5'6" or 5'7", but he'd swashbuckle jacket open like he was 6'5". He had an attitude to him, and it's one of the reasons why Lindsey Graham was Lindsey Graham. But he would walk into the United States Senate, and he would slap you on the back. He would greet the person who served his food. He treated everybody the same because he was fascinated and he loved every single person.
And so that is Vice President J.D. Vance delivering remarks. Before him, I know that Senator Thune was speaking and delivering his remarks. Vice President Vance, J.D. Vance was speaking about, Dan said, about 10 minutes or so. In attendance of this, all the pomp and circumstance surrounding the Capitol Rotunda, where you have everybody who's anybody, including world leaders, as well as, of course, politicos there and all gathered. And the U.S. Air Force Band singing Sergeants Shenandoah at this point, many from South Carolina as well from, Lindsey Graham, born and raised in South Carolina. We've learned more. A lot of us didn't realize, perhaps, his life story. Losing both parents, losing mom at a young age to cancer, and within a little over a year then, their dad dies, and he ended up raising his sister, even adopting her so that she could get his military benefits. And somebody who's beloved in the state of South Carolina. So Senator Graham's casket laid in the center of the Capitol Rotunda, flag draped, And this ceremony has been going on all morning, of course. And then President Trump, at some point today, as people are paying their respects for this funeral, will deliver the eulogy. But as I mentioned earlier, we do have Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, and he'll be at the White House as well to discuss the Russia-Ukraine war and attending the funeral service, obviously, for Senator Graham. And then as well, for the first time since the Iran conflict or war began, we do have the Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, among the dignitaries here paying their final respects to Senator Graham. We know that Senator Graham and Netanyahu were close. They became close over the years, knew each other, obviously, for decades. So it all continues, and we're monitoring it. Dan Borowski, thank you so much as you're bringing us this and breaking it down for us. Dan, how are you today?
I'm doing fantastic.
So do you want to... I know that we're monitoring and respectful of the situation happening at the Capitol Rotunda, but I would love to, talk about the Fauci files tomorrow. I know I have a lot to say and how I feel about Fauci. And so now verifying a lot that we knew with the Dear Diary. But with this one, obviously, Fauci in the hot seat, Dr. Fauci will be on the hot seat. That's tomorrow. And he'll be testifying and under oath. So we'll see what happens there. But I did want to get to this coverage as we learn more. And it was actually released over the weekend that, thank you, Senator Rand Paul. Thank you for releasing the Fauci diaries. Dear Diary. So Rich Zeoli is going to come on. Dan has just been working so hard. Thank you, Dan. You're the best. With a lot of great interviews coming up. And when is Zeoli's day? Is he? Because
we're working on Thursday for Zeoli. Yeah.
So I can just hear in my head, because remember back in the day, and Zeoli, when we were on, I think we were obviously still on afternoons, right? Were we on? No, we just gone to mornings. Remember this? Mm-hmm. Oh, great. We just went to mornings in the new building. Yep. Remember this, Dan?
Yep.
And poof. The pandemic.
Yeah.
The shutdowns. We're like, oh my goodness.
Yeah, remember we had to carry like a little slip of paper?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
We had to take our temperature in the morning. We were forced to get vaccinated.
Yeah, there's like a cop blockade at one point that we had to show a paper that we're,
Crazy.
Yeah.
Those were the days. And so Zeoli was right away. He was like, I don't know. He was like, he would do his Dr. Fauci. Remember this? He's like, Dr. Fauci. And he's like, I don't trust this guy. He goes, wait a minute. Remember, he'd tell us we got to wear the mask. And then, no, the masks don't work. And then he'd say, the cloth. Okay, sure. The cloth. You could just hear Zeoli, right?
Yeah,
doing the whole thing.
Yep.
So now all I can hear in my head when the diary, Dear Diary, I look so tall. So I'm like doing Zeoli, I'm like doing
Did
Zeoli.
You see me on Fox News? I looked 5'7".
Look at that Dana. She's like a little one of those little people. So I look even bigger next to Dana. How do I say her name?
They put some nice makeup on my nose today.
So I was in my head. I was doing like Zeoli, doing
You
Fauci.
see the Chiron?
Exactly. So we have to laugh or we'll cry, I guess. But as we think about these Fauci files, it makes me nauseous. And so here's RFK Jr. Robert F. Kennedy, HHS, speaking about all of this. HHS Secretary, I should say, speaking about the Fauci and the lies.
Massive dichotomy between what he was saying privately and what he was simultaneously saying publicly. He says in his diaries on January 30th that the Wuhan lab could not possibly be the source of the virus.
Oh, we know that was all false.
And then, we all know it, but now his diary, he says he knew that, and yet for 2 years he told us that was.
But he was given a pardon prospectively from the last administration. We don't know if it was an auto pen pardon. It doesn't really matter for legality purposes. But Americans want to know, a lot of them, is there going to be any accountability for trillions of dollars lost, children's education destroyed, and public health reputation?
Thank you, Laura.
And public health industry reputation shattered.
Yeah, and millions of people injured You know, he lied about masks, he lied about social distancing, he lied about the transmission, he lied about natural immunity, he lied about the capacity, as you just said, of the vaccine to prevent infection. He got vaccinated a very, very public press conference in January of 2020. And then 5 months later, he had, and this is the first time that we knew this from the diary, he had a pulmonary infarction, which is one of the adverse events that NIH, CDC, and FDA said are expected from the vaccine. He never told anybody. He got treated for it privately by the best doctors in America. At the same time, he was telling everybody that that was not an adverse event.
Is there anything else we're missing from these diaries that has not been released that you can share with us tonight?
I don't think, I mean, I have to say a lot of this stuff is in my book, but based upon other documents. But there's something very dramatic, even for me, of seeing him write it in his own journal, confessing to being wrong, to lying about all this
Also loving his own press. I mean, they're going on and I'm the most.
So that, to me, that's just it. Somebody who's so narcissistic, and this just shows his level of arrogance to me personally. He's this little man, and even saved pictures. If you look at this thing, saved all the pictures of the memorabilia, the bobbleheads, the donut. They're even making the donuts with my face on there, and he loved and was giddy of the fact that he was becoming famous worldwide. Everybody knew who he was, and he's all over the media, and they're all talking about him. The ego of this little evil man. I think, to me, he's the face, like squish that donut. He's the face of evil. And what he did to us, it would be humorous. It would be funny, except that it's tragic what he did. And then also, in RFK Jr. puts it so well, and Laura Ingraham, great interview, by the way, to talk about what we now have confirmed. But for his own personal diary, in his own words, describing at one point how he guesstimated that this was, it was like in some, it'll be a mild flu. Some, it'll be maybe, like a bad flu bug. But that's what he wrote in the diary. Then publicly contrast that with what he was saying publicly. People could die, could be in the hundreds of thousands, right? But then he's writing to himself what's the reality of it. And that's what's sickening. But see, this was somebody who had been, I know that I'm looking up his timeline, worked under so many presidents. President George W. Bush awarding him the Presidential Medal of Freedom back in the day, and named in January of 2020 a member of the White House Coronavirus Task Force, remember? And so President Trump was a new president, right? He's coming in, first-term president, and you trust your doctor, right? And so you're thinking, well, this guy is a trusted, highly respected doctor, Dr. Fauci. Everybody respected him. President Trump trusted him, you see? And so he served as chief medical advisor to the president. So when did the things start to go sour? If you remember this, it was when President Trump said, we can reopen things by Easter. Remember this whole thing? As we were moving forward. And that's when you even see in the diary now, all of a sudden, you even see the diary. So at first he's not saying anything, but then as the diary goes on, Trump, he's mumbling and fumbling and this and that and the other. Why? Because first of all, he is being disingenuous the whole time. He's a Democrat. He never liked Trump. He doesn't like Republicans, but he's a phony and he's good at faking it, right? And so, but that's really when you see the tensions beginning. And kudos to Dr. Rand Paul, who is a doctor, right? And so Rand Paul was the one, thank God, who had the knowledge, the medical knowledge to even ask about gain of function and understood it all. So even when Fauci, man, he's this game face on this guy. What a liar. And he's like, oh, no, it's not the game. And Fauci knew exactly, or excuse me, Dr. Rand Paul knew with his medical training, so he knew how to ask those questions, started to expose Fauci, and that's when it began to unravel, if you will. And then remember the testimony, it was Jim Jordan at the time. Jim Jordan was the one questioning Fauci's longtime, very close associate who worked under Fauci. And so Fauci has distanced himself. Well, then here again, the diary proves the closeness and the ties, you see. And so now they can tie him in. So the question is, did he lie? What did he say when he said it? Did he lie to Congress after Biden had already pardoned him, you see? And I still have questions, and that's why I asked the question earlier to Dan Rooney, who's an attorney in New Jersey. What about a civil lawsuit, a private lawsuit, to hold Fauci accountable? Can you be held accountable if you knowingly are lying and in these gross ways? It's very difficult to sue a public servant like that in his role. However, if he was knowingly lying, I believe there may be pathways to hold him civilly and financially accountable. I will just say that.
Rand Paul was asked by Fox News what to expect on Wednesday. We have that audio done.
Thank you.
What do you take away from the Fauci diaries, and what do you expect for Wednesday?
You know, one of the biggest items that we found in there was that in January of 2020, he already was acknowledging that the virus didn't originate in the marketplace. For years, he's been telling, if you interviewed him last week, he's probably still telling you the reason we think it came from nature is because they had these exotic animals, and that's where SARS came from previously. But he already knew. And we've known this for a while, that other people knew, but we didn't know he actually knew and was acknowledging that it didn't. The earliest people who got COVID were not associated with the marketplace. The Chinese CDC was saying this in January of 2020. He knew it. He told Dear Diary, but to the public, he commissioned this paper called Proximal Origins, and in it, they go on saying it's implausible that it came from the lab, and we're really convinced it came from these wild animals in the marketplace. But that level of dishonesty is really astounding.
It is astounding. It is. But I'm grateful that Senator Rand Paul released ahead of time thousands of pages of these Fauci diaries. And so the accusations against Dr. Anthony Fauci, the funding for the research in Wuhan, the changing advice on the face masks. I've mentioned that, and we talked about that earlier this morning. And then the true origins of COVID-19. And this is lawmakers, not just Senator Rand Paul, but I think that Rand Paul was the one who demasked, if you will, Fauci and exposed him, and people started to see who he really was and what he was all about. The question I have for you, 855-839-1210. So do you believe that Fauci started to realize when this all started unraveling, at what point do you think he started to realize, well, this could be used to take down Trump? Because there's no question Trump was going to he was going to win in a landslide after his first term, because the economy, it was so good, right? And so that's a realization. Do you believe it goes that far? What are your beliefs? And number one, how did this hurt you? And what are your feelings about Fauci? I want you to be able to have a chance to vent. 855-839-1210. This is Dawn Stensland reporting, talking about Fauci, talking about the live events on Capitol Hill, and so much more right around the corner. Our executive producer, Dan Browski, as well. We have Jimmy Kelly in the house. Thank you. You're in the house, too. Be right back.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms, or visit DKAppliances.com.
The working families of La Una Neighbors District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor's District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
TurnersvilleJeep.com wants to save you thousands this month with up to 15% off MSRP on their enormous selection of over 50 Ram trucks. Prefer to put the top down this summer? They also have over 75 Jeep Wranglers. Deeply discounted. And ready for your next road trip. Don't have a down payment?
No problem.
TurnersvilleJeep.com works dozens of banks who offer 0 down payments and no payments for 90 days. For qualified buyers. Just minutes from all bridges. Or online 24/7. TurnersvilleJeep.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Tracking storms across our region, flash flood watches and warnings. So be safe. I know those warnings are expected to come to fruition, if you will, this afternoon. We could even see some tornadoes, high winds, severe storms. So heads up, watch that forecast today. Hi, Dawn Stensland, live and local here with you. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, our executive producer, Dan Borowski, Jimmy Kelly in the house, and of course you, 855-839-1210 is the number to call. Let's listen in. This is Vice President J.D. Vance speaking at the Capitol Rotunda as Washington says goodbye to Senator Lindsey Graham.
I first got to know Lindsey Graham when I was on the Senate campaign trail for my own Senate race in 2022. And I remember riding in the back of the car with him. You know, during these campaigns, you go from one event to the next and to the next event. And I remember learning a lot from him. I had a lot of people who campaigned with me during that time, but I learned something from Lindsey Graham, the way that he interacted with people, the way that he was so interested in what was going on and what was moving people and what was motivating them and what they were interested in. That affection and love of people was obvious even on the campaign trail, but so too was Lindsey Graham's world-class sense of humor. And in one event in particular, we had just left one event, we were riding in the back of the car going to the next event. Lindsey Graham told me a story about his time in the House. And if I repeated exactly what he told me, Darlene, it would be the end of my political career forever. But what I can say is that I was laughing so hard that by the time we got to the next event, I had abdominal cramps and I was barely able to speak because Lindsey Graham could make anybody laugh and he could make anybody feel at home. I was talking to, a mutual friend of ours, a person who didn't always agree with Lindsey Graham's politics just shortly after his death. And I expected the person maybe to say something critical, but he said, you know what? Even though we sometimes disagreed, I loved Lindsey Graham. It was impossible not to like him. That swashbuckling, infectious laugh, that attitude, that passion that so many others have talked about. Lindsey Graham was impossible not to like as a human being and, of course, as a United States Senator.
Senator Lindsey Graham laid to rest today. So all this morning, the special ceremony that is reserved for, the biggity bigs, as I say, the presidents and those who are so distinguished. This is at the Capitol Rotunda, his coffin flag draped right there at the Rotunda. And this will be followed by the funeral service at the National Cathedral today. Both are private, obviously, but live streamed for the public. And so we've been just watching it, monitoring it for you. President Trump, congressional colleagues, world leaders saying their final goodbyes and paying tribute, as you just heard Vice President Vance, paying tribute to the late Senator Graham. Very influential, colorful, great sense of humor, as you're hearing, foreign policy hawk, whose sudden death at the age of 71, he had just celebrated his 71st birthday. He had just been traveling overseas, had just met with, in Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, Ukrainian president. And so this, as it comes as quite a shock. Also, the senator's long military career being, obviously being celebrated. An armed forces body bearer team carried his casket up the Capitol steps. And he as well served as an Air Force Judge Advocate General, or JAG officer, and retired from the Air Force Reserve back in 2015 with the rank of colonel. And so this going on today it's a very respectful procedure and a beautiful farewell on a long career for sure. From the Capitol, Graham's casket will depart after these ceremonies, will depart for Washington National Cathedral for an invitation-only funeral service. That will begin 2:00 this afternoon. And that also will be live streamed. And I imagine we will all carry it to the Dom Show. Dom's here at noon, and we'll be monitoring this for you throughout the day. So you'll never hear a thing. But President Trump, obviously, that's where he's expected to speak at the funeral service. So that will perhaps happen between 2 p.m. and 3 p.m., I believe. And then you have cabinet officials, congressional, military leaders, those who served with Senator Graham during his time. Obviously, his sister Darlene, and you're hearing the vice president, respectfully speaking to Senator Graham's only sibling, his younger sister, and she's much younger. And the fact that she now wants to replace him, not only temporarily, but to run for his Senate seat. And obviously, many feel that nobody knows better his constituency because Darlene, who's now married, but Darlene is somebody who adored her big brother. And together they grieved the sudden and tragic deaths of their mom, who died of cancer. And then, like I say, a little over a year later, losing their dad. And she was just a little girl. And Lindsey became her everything, her big brother, her father, her role model. Oh, my goodness. And so I can't even imagine that. As well, this opened up the door, if you will, to invite in a friend from Israel. This is Bibi, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who had become very close with the late Senator Graham. So we saw Netanyahu, who was for a time a good friend of President Trump, right, over the years. But then they were estranged. And part of that was with what's going on with the war in Iran. Well, now it brings together these world figures as Netanyahu wanted to come and pay his respects to Lindsey Graham. So this is why he's invited to grieve and to come to pay his respects. So we have that going on. So we'll continue to follow this but also present, like I say, Graham's sister and successor, his little sister, now Senator Darlene Graham, Republican of South Carolina, and she was sworn in, of course, to her late brother's seat just this month, plans to run for a full term, and the primary, by the way, upcoming in August. So we'll break from that. I think that's appropriate, Dan, as all the paying respects that goes on in the rotunda, but we have until 2:00 when now we will see the funeral procedure go through. But the funeral, like I say, it'll be held, the funeral service open to the public, held also at First Baptist Church of Columbia, South Carolina. Private family burial take place in Pickens County, where Graham and his sister Darlene were born and raised. Just wanted to give you the full sense of everything that is to go on. Okay. So we have all of this happening. So Dan, I will turn to you. I know we have a guest upcoming. Is there any other breaking news that I'm missing here, or do we need to take a break? Because I know we have an interview upcoming.
Yeah, so I actually still have one clip from Fauci if you wanted to return to that. That being Abby Phillip cutting off. Now, this is going viral just now, but it happened last night. Abby Phillip had Lydia Moynihan on. And during a debate, she referenced those Fauci files, Dawn, and she was immediately cut off. And now it's sparked a lot of discussion on Twitter. Take a watch.
We need to have transparency around what's going on. I think one situation that, frankly, where we saw the government was certainly obfuscating, didn't have any transparency, was Anthony Fauci, who we're getting his diaries today, where he was purposely obfuscating about that's actually something where we know he was purposely obfuscating.
We're sitting here talking about Americans who were killed in theater, okay, as a result of a war. We are not going to pivot to Anthony Fauci's diaries. That's a different conversation.
You're saying that this is a purposeful obfuscation. We don't know that it was a purposeful obfuscation.
That we learned this weekend, it was. Isaiah, the other thing we learned this weekend is that the president has been warned by his own...
All right, that's all you out there.
So look at how they all, and they try to talk over her and literally heckle her, because here is the media malpractice that's happening as I speak. I know I mentioned this earlier when Nick did his big take on the Fauci files. We talked a lot about it earlier. But you think about this as, I call it media malpractice, and I have for years. This is perhaps one of the greatest pieces of media malpractice. You're not seeing Fauci coverage of the Fauci diaries. You're not seeing it. Why is that? Why didn't you hear about it now? Dan played his clips of Laura Ingraham. Obviously, she was talking about it and interviewing the HHS secretary as to what we're learning and what this reveals. And even those in this administration shocked at what this is revealing, because they're seeing this confirmation of what was really going on and the lies, what he was saying, what Fauci was saying publicly versus what Fauci was actually writing in his diary, his truth, because he's such an egomaniac and such a narcissist that Fauci could not resist recording, "Here I am, Dr. Anthony Fauci." And he thinks he's this godlike figure and he's going to get away with it all. And so he literally, in his own words, confesses, if you will, puts it in there, what he really knew and what he really did. It makes me nauseous. It makes me sick to my stomach. I am so angry with him, because I feel that this man hurt my children. He hurt us, our communities, our jobs, everything. And also I feel at some point, I'm not saying that he did it from the get-go, but I am saying that even if he was trying to get away with something, felt that they could get away with this gain-of-function research, even if they thought it was for the greater good, once the lab leak happened, whether it happened on, I think it very well could have happened by accident initially, then there was the cover-up. But then at some point, this is my theory, at some point he realized, well, this Trump, I loved Obama. I loved it. I loved the swamp. He doesn't like Trump. And so he thought he could take him out. And I do believe that. I'm not saying that was his motive from the get-go. I'm simply saying that I believe, I absolutely think at some point he realized this could take down Trump, and nobody in the swamp, nobody on either side of the aisle wanted Trump because Trump was draining the swamp. And Trump was going to win. Oh, my goodness. The economy was better than anybody else could have ever thought. And so this was now, I think, a way that he could be complicit, be a liar, lie to Trump's face, pretend like he liked Trump, and he was serving him. And what a suck up and what a good liar. Oh, my goodness. To me, he's the face of evil, and he hurt my kids. And you know how I am, a mama bear with my kids, and I know you are too. He hurt our children physically, psychologically, emotionally, with the schools, the lockdowns, the masks, everything. Anybody who hurts my kids, you know what I think of you. He's dead to me. He is. But I want him to pay. And I know you do too. 855-839-1210. We have to take a break. Great guest just ahead. You want to hear this? Be right back.
How about a summer Friday down in Cape May, huh? It's Rich Zioli. I want you to join me at my happy place, which will be your happy place, the Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey, Friday, August 7th, 3 to 6 p.m. Old school PM drive show. It's going to be a blast. We'll have fun. We'll hang out. That's Friday, August 7th, 3 to 6 p.m. at the Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey. You don't want to miss this, so spend a summer Friday with us.
Here's the deal. The government is over $38 trillion in debt, which means the IRS isn't slowing down. And the tax code is complex and unforgiving. So it's not surprising if you're one of the millions of Americans that owe back taxes to the IRS. Unfortunately, they're the world's most powerful collection agency, with the ability to garnish your wages, seize your bank accounts, and even take your home or business. But don't be stressed or worried any longer. We're Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. We have resolved over $3 billion in tax debt for our clients. Our award-winning professionals deal with the IRS every single day, protecting our clients and preparing them for the best possible resolution. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, give Optima a call today.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
It's bigger, it's better. It's the 4th of July sales event at Tri-County CDJR. This month, get up to 20% off MSRP on select new 2026 Ram 1500 models. Come find bigger deals and better value at 422jeep.com. Available on select models with approved credit. Customers must qualify, plus tax, title, license, registration, and applicable government fees. Offers expire July 31st, 2026.
The intense July heat is here, and Philadelphia humidity is peaking. Don't wait for your energy bills to skyrocket before realizing your windows are failing. Call the pros at Window Nation now. Right now, you can get 50% off all window styles plus 0 down payment and no payments or interest for 2 years. Get the energy-efficient windows from Window Nation installed in 1 day or less without the hassle. Beat the heat, protect your home, and start saving today. Schedule your fast, free consultation now at windownation.com.
Your heart's rhythm is what keeps heart. Don't take chances. DemandDeborah.org.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and nearly 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. Left untreated, these veins can cause tired, heavy legs, swelling, burning, cramping, aching, even restless-leg syndrome. In some cases, it can lead to serious health risks like blood clots. USA Vein Clinics offers minimally invasive treatments that take as little as 15 minutes, covered by most insurances. Call 267-223-7162 and schedule your appointment today. Don't wait. Call 267-223-7162 for free information today. Imagine walking, exercising, and sleeping peacefully again. Varicose and spider veins won't go away on their own. USA Vein Clinics can help. Call 267-223-7162 for fast, easy, and affordable solutions. USA Vein Clinic treatments are covered by most insurance plans. Don't put this off any longer. Call 267-223-7162.
Free speech lives here with Kaylee and Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
So we've talked about protecting women and girls across our region, across the nation, whether it's in sports, whether it's in private places, which would, of course, include women who are, I'll say, on the road to redemption, women's prisons. And we talked a lot about this, especially for New Jersey prisons. I've done a lot of interviews on that. I want to welcome in Amy Ichikawa, who you may recognize. She has testified on these issues that I'm about to discuss with Amy, testified before Congress, etc. But she's an ambassador at Independent Women and Independent Women's Voice, one of the founders of Woman to Woman, which is a nonprofit organization. It provides these re-entry services, parole hearing prep, even advocacy for the safety and the dignity of incarcerated women in California in particular. And I should point out that years ago, Amy herself was a woman who was incarcerated, has now found her road to redemption. And Amy, I guess in many ways, you have found your own voice to speak out for those who are still either on the road to redemption or incarcerated. It's great to have you here. Thanks for being here, Amy.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely. When we talk about this, it's really, I always say, women and girls in these protected or private spaces. And a lot of people don't think about what happens if a woman is in, any kind of a facility, right, and serving out her sentence, and what happens, because we know, and we've heard all different sorts of cases, whether it's a prison guard or something of this nature, but women tend to be vulnerable when incarcerated. And I talked a lot about the women's prison that was shut down, those horrible problems. I remember I talked to Diane Allen about it in New Jersey. But for you, what's going on in the women's prison system, and where does the issue of men, biological males identifying as female, and then in certain municipalities, in the state of California is one of them, where a biological male then identifies as female and is put in with Gen Pop of women?
I think that is a detail I really want to expand on, the general population aspect. What's going on nationwide is that men who exclusively identify, all they have to do is walk up to any staff member and say, I'm a woman, I'm non-binary, I'm anything other than a man, and they can go ahead and request a transfer to the prison of their self-identified gender. And that's the only requirement. I think most people are under the impression that these are delicate flowers who just need a safe place to do their time, which is what the women were told as well. But because of the broad, humongous loophole that most of these laws have left open, there are no other requirements other than self-identification. There's no requirement for HRT, for SRS, for anything other than stating that you're not a man. So, you can't discriminate due to their criminal history. You can't discriminate because of their sexual orientation or their physical attributes. So loosely translated, that means there's violent male sex offenders who are fully intact that are able to transfer into women's facilities where there's no separation by security level. They're just in there with women of every kind of crime, whether it's violent or, lower level. They're all together.
And so in truth, you think about it, if you have a violent predator who's lying, right? Who's actually doesn't know, is not trans, but think about it. If somebody's a violent male predator, right? And they're convicted of these heinous crimes, but they think, oh, well, I could go to, all I have to do is say this and I can go over to a female prison. They could, by what you're saying, and I'm looking at the laws and whatnot, technically that's could happen and is happening.
Yes. And, people think this is something that's only happening in crazy California, but it's really happening from coast to coast. State Department of Corrections are following federal legislation, federal rules, which is the Prison Rape Elimination Act. They're staying within the boundaries that's provided in that, which is why I'm really trying to go hard on amending or updating that as well, because women have to be included in the protection of all of these pieces of legislation that impact every aspect of their lives. They don't have choices or voices. So it's really our responsibility to care about the least of us, because what will happen to them will inevitably happen to us if we don't stop it.
And so specifically, this was in California, and I know you're saying it does happen across the country, depending on the municipality and the prison and so on. But specifically in California, it was SB 132, and those were the transfers. So what happened here? Can you just, because I'm looking at some of these cases as far as what really this is real. It's not that you're saying ahead of something, oh, well, this could happen. That in fact there are documented cases and tangible evidence of things happening like this.
Right. Because there's no limitation on, what your criminal background can include. The first, busload of transfers was full of, I think, 33.8% registered sex offenders who are currently serving sentences for sex crimes. Being that 92% of the incarcerated female population in California is a survivor of some sort of abuse. Right. In my personal experience, I would say it's 100%. This was just a recipe for disaster. These transfers are very seasoned. They've been locked up for 10, 20, 30, 40 years, perfecting their craft, and they're master manipulators, and they've made their way in there just so that they can take over the women's prison. And this is what's effectively happened. That prison that you see there, it's not a women's prison anymore. It's co-ed. They've turned a women's prison into a men's prison to accommodate men who say that they're women. There's no more bushes. There's no more flowers. There's no more trees. They've had to take down the awnings from the buildings in there because they're afraid the transfers will jump on them to access the roof for escape purposes. They've had to modify things to the point where it's unrecognizable.
And the one is this was the convicted rapist who used basically gaming the system and requested work in the electrical shop, was convicted of torturing victims with electricity. And so, yes. Oh my goodness. And so attacked somebody, in the women's side. I mean, it's just horrifying, some of these stories. What happens if a woman in a female prison in California, files, there must be a grievance? Because I think some people would say, well, wait a minute, can't you file a grievance? Or don't you have a voice inside prison? Isn't there some pathway by which they could file a grievance of some sort? What happens if a woman, inmate or prisoner, then says, hey, I need to file a grievance here? What happens?
Well, historically, women tend not to file official grievances. They know that most likely they're going to get ignored or they're going to be retaliated against for. And unfortunately, the few women who have stood up and filed formal, grievances and gone down the correct avenues of voicing their concerns have been retaliated against to the point where one of them lost her parole suitability grant.
Wow.
She was told by a parole commissioner, why didn't you just shut up and keep your head down? You know how hard it is to get a parole grant. Why did you have to say anything about this? I think the entire prison was on the edge of their seats waiting to see how that situation was going to turn out, because they were going to base whether or not they would be able to speak up on this, on that specific incident. And I'm pretty sure that the administration was fully aware of that. And they used it to, the maximum of their ability by pushing it and pushing it. And when she lost her date, it was just a collective, just sigh of hopelessness across the entire institution, because they knew that's it. We can't say anything.
And so for the nonprofit that you helped found, Woman to Woman, documenting some of this as far as assaults, the pregnancies, the retaliation, how do you go about documenting that?
A lot of handwritten notes, a lot of a pretty messy desk. We've been keeping track of all of this since 2021 when it started. And we've tried to, share this information with as many people as possible. We shared it with the more prominent, well-established organizations in California, and we were just shut down. And, our state legislature wasn't too helpful either. We did have the support of Senator Shannon Grove. And, we try to push legislation forward to protect women while still respecting everyone involved. And it's been pretty hard. California is the big domino that we're going to have to push and push and push to get to fall, but eventually it will.
Yeah. You brought up I'm glad that you brought up the word, respectful. So, in my news career as a news reporter prior to coming to this talk show, I covered and did a lot of police ride-alongs, would interview even some of the kids who were runaways, ended up as kids who became trans or were abused themselves. And so way back in the day, I'll say the terminologies have changed, but a lot of them began as 15, 16, 17 teenagers who were runaways, were abused, this and that, became in the so-called, trans community. And they were people with a lot of special needs. So I'm very sensitive to the fact that I could only imagine if some of those individuals then ended up out on the streets, were assaulted themselves, came from abused backgrounds, that I want to be respectful to say that if those individuals ended up in the system incarcerated, I can see where if you're involved in managing the prison system, you're thinking, well, there's no way that this sensitive, abused person who now identifies as this in the trans community, there's no way you want to put them in that gen pop of male. So how do you do this with still respecting a women's prison? Have you come up with ways or recommended ways for lawmakers to try to, view this in a sensitive way? Because there are people, and you and I both know this, who are truly in that middle, that trans community, who are suffering themselves, who many of them themselves have been abused, assaulted in horrible ways, and are going through a whole lot. So have you come up with some ways to try to deal respectfully to everybody so that nobody's harmed?
Well, lately, my big push has been for a mandatory standard of care to be used in consideration for everybody.
Yes.
SB 132 provides, respect, agency, and dignity, which are rights that nobody in the carceral system is used to having. Yeah. So they provide them for this small minority group, and it's created this power imbalance and a superiority issue. The law, if everything provided in the law was provided to the entire population, it would work, because you would take into consideration everyone's sense of safety and well-being in regards to their bed moves, their institutional moves, job placements, everything like that would be a lot less of an issue if you were taking into consideration this is a rape survivor who doesn't want to live in this situation. Let's reassess this and see where we can safely put this person in an area where they're going to be welcome and it would be a lot easier. And then there was a policy before these laws were put in place, where it was a case by case basis, and it was a very seldom. It didn't happen very often. And even now, if you look at the numbers, the majority of trans identified males are staying in men's prison. I have developed relationships with those people too. I want to make sure that I'm, keeping a broad spectrum of connections and relationships so that I do give a fair assessment of what's really happening. And from what they tell me, they don't want to move. They're not interested in moving to women's prisons. They're in long-term relationships. They know that the women's prisons don't have the same amount of programming, funding. Staff is even more disrespectful in the women's prison. They're just, it's the opposite of what you would think, and it's the opposite of what is being pushed from the far left. It's just the narrative is very different in accordance to what is really happening when you talk to the people that this is supposed to be helping.
It's amazing. There was one story I wanted to get to, and that was, you talk about favoring this small minority of people, condoms being supplied to in the women's prison, to who and why? I mean,
I think it was Valentine's Day a few years ago, about maybe 2 or 3 years ago. I started getting calls, and they were like, we're usually locked down today because nobody comes to work today. But there's people here on overtime installing condom dispensers in every day room, bathroom in the women's prison. And these weren't just, medical grade ordinary condoms. They're rainbow condoms and flavored dental dams. I think that was to offset the shock of the condoms being put in. But this was put into law in 2015, I think, when our Attorney General was just a wee assemblyman, Rob Bonta. He decided to make it mandatory for all prisons by 2019 to have condoms available for the inmate population to mitigate the spread of HIV. There was one Republican assembly member who, I don't recall who it was, but they were very upset and said, why would they need this in the women's prison? And, Bonta just said, it's going down. Every prison will have them available. So thank you to him. But that was a huge slap in the face, because that came in the middle of, hundreds of lawsuits being filed against staff for sexual misconduct, and the transfers coming in. It was just like the women were being attacked from every angle, and it was a bombardment of just erasure. The calls, the letters, they were extremely distressed and heart-wrenching. I just couldn't think of how much lower they could have gotten, but I know it can get lower, so I'm not going to test the waters, but it was extremely disheartening.
Yeah, I looked it up, and I know that they've been trying to do that for a while. At the time, I believe it was when Schwarzenegger was governor, he had vetoed that sort of thing. So I think it was Governor Schwarzenegger said, no, we're not going to do that. You know what I mean? And he seriously, I remember covering this, and he just said, no, why do we have to do that situation? But obviously he got out of office, and they've been pushing for this for quite a while. That's just crazy. Absolutely crazy. What can people do? I mean, we have a huge supportive audience listening, watching us right now on YouTube to support these women, incarcerated women. A lot of them are different. A lot of times drug problems, and began as runaways as well. To pressure elected officials across the country and as well in California. What can they do?
I think one of the most important things people that are interested in helping can do is have an uncomfortable conversation. This isn't a topic that's really fun or pretty to talk about. And it seems like no matter how much you talk about it, there's not really that great ending. But the more we talk about it, the more awareness we raise. Make sure before you cast that vote, you ask your, potential new elected official what their stance is on this. Push your congressman, your congresswomen too. This has to be taken care of both state side and federal side, because there's going to be states like California that could care less what the federal government says, and they're just going to keep pushing this as hard as they can. So just keep talking about it. Keep talking about it. Every conversation that you have, it's like restoring a lost voice. So that's my big thing.
Yeah, and one of the things I saw that you had when you testified, and a lot of people might not think of this, but for women's prisons, one of the things that happens, I think, is that there's a different culture than a male prison, completely different culture. So the women tend to, and you mentioned some of the gardening and things of that nature, but just some of the culture as far as more of a family structure, I'll say, than maybe the gang or the racial kind of politics stuff, especially the gangs that happen in the male. Is that now what you're seeing in the female prisons when this whole thing happens?
Well, the transfers, they do bring, male prison politics with them. And a large percentage of them are, protective custody, dropout types, people that have defected, people that have nowhere else to be kept safe. So, they're hurt, they're in danger. So hurt people hurt people. Yeah. And they bring everything that, has been dumped on them into the female population. And the women are not separated by race or security levels. So everybody's together. The playing field is pretty even. But when you have individuals coming in that, really want to push the race card or, gang affiliation issues, it's not the business. It's not what the women are used to. They do nest, they create families. There's, a different program in every room, and there's 32 rooms in a unit. So there could be 32 different programs running in one unit. And the men are very military, organized, very regimented, and that is not the program at all. So the culture shock is shocking. There have been several men who've moved back because they were like, this is neurotic. I can't do this. But I did have a trans woman say at one point, men are psychotic and women are neurotic, and we have to respect each other enough to let us be that in our own space. And it took me a couple years to figure it out and fully understand that, but it's true. We just need our own space. But for the individuals who are at risk and need a place to be, those women in women's prison, those are the people that they want to welcome in and protect. That even now to this day, they're still very concerned about the people that are sensitive needs that they feel need to be there. And as unpopular as that might be, I advocate for them, and I just push what they want, whether it's what I want or not. I just want their voices to authentically be heard without editing for, any agenda at all.
Yeah, it sounds to me that the truth is that these lawmakers, once again, they're just pushing through some types of legislation and rules. It sounds to me like they never even checked in with even those advocates in the trans community necessarily. And so that's what's crazy about this. It's all about their press conferences and what they can claim they're doing so they can keep their career politician, lifestyle going on. It's
right.
insane.
It's all about money. It all goes back to money. It all goes back to funding, to the NGOs getting bigger grants, and circular spending within the government. It's pretty gross.
Well said. It is gross. Amy, you're really such a pioneer in so many ways. I'm glad you're doing so well, and we're grateful to you. Thank you, Amy. I hope you come back. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dawn.
Absolutely. Amy Ichikawa, thank you so much. And we'll keep the conversation going, but she's with, if you want to look up more, it's woman to woman, two Roman numerals in the middle, woman to woman. And it's the Independent Women and Women's Voice, if you want to follow her. But we just really appreciate Amy, all of her important advocacy as she takes some time out of her busy schedule. So Dawn Show will continue right after this. I'm going to talk about my friends from Piazza because there's a feeling that comes with driving a Mercedes-Benz, a feeling of confidence, craftsmanship, arriving exactly where you belong. So during the Mercedes-Benz Welcome Home Celebration, discover exceptional offers on a remarkable selection of new vehicles, including the GLC and the GLE SUVs. Visit your authorized dealer, Westchester, Wilmington, Atlantic City. Experience the luxury, the innovation, the performance that truly sets Mercedes-Benz apart. Yeah. the Welcome Home celebration happening right now at your local Piazza dealers, Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, Atlantic City, PIAZZA, PiazzaAutoGroup.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
A flood watch remains in effect across the region today. We'll have mostly cloudy conditions. Watch out for some heavy showers and storms, especially later this afternoon, with a high 82. Tonight, some shower and storm chances, especially early. Low 70 for the city, a bit cooler in the suburbs. And then for Wednesday, drying out, partly sunny and warm with a high 84.
It feels like every day there's something in the headlines that could make you wonder to yourself, is now even a good time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping people get to, through, and beyond retirement for over 28 years, and each week he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti Saturdays and Sundays at 6 a.m., 9 a.m., and 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Pet parents, there are many sources to buy your pet food these days, but at Dogs and Cats Rule, we take special care in selecting our brands based on quality of ingredients, company transparency, and science-based nutrition. Coming into a Dogs and Cats Rule store with a dietary issue, we can help select the proper food. The best part of the visit is the shopping experience. That's Dogs and Cats Rule with 7 locations. For information online, visit dogsandcatsrule.pet. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Hit the road this season to watch the Birds. Book your road trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are available now for Nashville, Arizona, Chicago, and London. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly. The official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com. Get ready for a new era of Penn State sports under new head coach Matt Campbell. Follow it all on the official home of Penn State football and basketball games. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You don't need another opinion, just the facts.
What caused that crash on the Schuylkill? Will it rain before the kids' game? What happened at the school board meeting last night?
At KYW News Radio, we don't take sides. We take notes, delivering the information you need to make the best decisions for your family.
The news you need whenever you need it.
Depend on KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news leader for more than 60 years.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk premium. These are the top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after Monogram appliances. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in the most magnificent homes and the kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
Celebrate Christmas in July and save at National Appliance Warehouse. Elevate everything and save on Monogram appliances. Featuring sophisticated luxury and understated durability, you'll love expertly engineered and purposefully designed Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Okay. Woo! You know, earlier this morning in the 6 a.m. news, I had covered this, that in, it's actually the King of Prussia, Conchi area along the Schuylkill River where that data center, and I've covered all these community meetings that have been going on the Pennsylvania side for these AI huge sprawling complexes. So in that one, I think it's technically a Plymouth Township one, but in that one, they have essentially, they gave the data center time to answer some of their concerns about things like creating, a lot of noise, especially water usage. And they just came out and said, nope, we're not going to do this. And so they're not going to have that one data center that we've talked about. But I want to point something out.
What town was that?
I'll get it for you in a minute.
No problem. Yeah, just 45 minutes ago, Cherry Hill, New Jersey,
no, not New Jersey. I'm talking about Pennsylvania.
But they did the same thing over
Yes.
in Cherry Hill as well, yes.
So New Jersey, okay, so I'll just back up a second. I'm going to get into Pennsylvania politics here, so I'm going to stay on Pennsylvania side. But New Jersey, we on the Pennsylvania side learned a lot from New Jersey because their governor courted and allowed 80 some of these data centers. They're loud. They use up the water reportedly. They create a situation where not all of them have their own grid. And so they create a situation where they use up a lot of energy, thus supply and demand help to raise the prices, even though they deny all of that. On the Pennsylvania side, we have 70 slated, but only 40 are already here. Who let them in? The governor. Governor Josh Shapiro has, in fact, courted these huge centers. The governor, he has the power, right? And just like on the New Jersey side. Now, yes, do we have the guidelines known as the grid standards? Yes. So the governor has created this where he says it's the governor's responsible infrastructure development program. But Governor Shapiro was the one who could have put the kibosh on these and said, no, we're not going to have these things. They're loud. They're a mess. That's not what he did. And so I just want you moving forward to think about this because there's Democrat Paige Cognetti. She's taking shots and she has all these ads, a lot of spending. And she is saying that these AI, artificial intelligence data centers are a real problem. And she's blaming one freshman Republican representative, Rob Bresnahan. So she in this new ad, if you've seen it or not, we're not for sale. That's her ad. Well, what about you, Governor Shapiro? Because she's a Democrat. Does she blast her fellow Democrat, Governor Josh Shapiro, because he could have put the kibosh on this? And so this is the race between Paige Cognetti. I don't know how to say her. She's the mayor of Scranton. And as well, the Republican Bresnahan. So he's the freshman. They're going after him. This is considered, I think the Democrats consider this one of their good opportunities to pick up a seat in the November election, to take control of the U.S. House, block Trump's agenda, et cetera, et cetera. So you're going to see these ads. I just want to point out to you, remember, Shapiro, as well as back in the day, that was on the New Jersey side, that was Governor Phil Murphy. He had the power to stop all these Democrat governors. They could have stopped these AI centers. They welcomed him in, and I think they welcomed him in the middle of the night. I think more so, in my opinion, than a congressperson, because it's the state level, right? So at the state level, a governor has a lot of leeway and a lot of power. These governors here wanted these things. This is on the Democrats. And so now she's flipping the page, pun intended, because her name's Paige Cognetti. She's trying to flip it. Bresnahan needs to come back and say, whoa, wait a minute. In Pennsylvania, are you kidding me? No, this is, to me, Republicans better get on board with this issue and say, whoa, wait a minute. We want business and we want jobs, but it's up to the states to regulate how they bring in these data centers. to first and foremost have the transparency to make sure that everybody knows about what comes along with these centers, okay? The AI centers, depending on where you are, if you're a local municipality, it may be right for you. But you have to go through, talk about the zoning. You have to go through and say, well, how big is this? What is their usage, etc. And then you can write the script and make the rules for such a center to make it work for you. You see what I'm saying? Murphy on the Jersey side gave them all those huge tax breaks. Remember that? And so they're very upset in New Jersey. This is something that Republicans, you got to get it together, people. And Republicans, especially at the state level like this, should push back and say, this is on you guys. This is on Shapiro. So don't try to blame a congressman, a freshman congressman, for what's happening within the municipality, if you will, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. That's just, I wanted to give you that one because it's infuriating. Well, first of all, it's smart for somebody to try to get ahead of this, right? But I don't think they win this. This is a Democrat issue, and especially here in Pennsylvania and especially in New Jersey, Democrats messed up. They should have seen this and they should have protected us rather than do what they do, which is they do what they want to do. They bring it in. They think we're stupid. We're plebs. We don't know what we're doing. And they try to just bring this in because they think it's okay. Remember Murphy with all the deals with the energy issues with the windmills and all of that. So to me, this is something Republicans need to jump on immediately and take control. And I would say that we're trying to get Congressman McKenzie soon. And I talk to Ryan all the time. This is something that I think McKenzie needs to take hold of and say, whoa, we want transparency. So if you and your municipality, you want the AI center, then you deserve to have it, but you get to write the script. You get to write the rules, right? You get to say what it looks like. And so that's the real problem for Democrats here. And it's a problem for Shapiro, whether he realizes it or not. That's my take on that one. I'm sorry, Dan. I'm trying to remember that. I want to say it was Montgomery County, Upper Marion, Plymouth, along the Schuylkill River.
Yeah,
I can picture it.
And there's actually at one point, Penhurst Asylum, the land of that was going to be changed into a data center, but East Vincent Township voted that one down. North Coventry Township told the developer that the township was not interested. East Whiteland had a stop work order back in July. Plymouth Township announces opposition to data centers.
But this one I'm speaking of that I talked about in the 6 o'clock news is located at 900 Conshohocken Road, and it's technically in that area in between Conchie, Plymouth Meeting, KOP. So this is that one that we've covered extensively throughout the day. We got to get to the Dom show. Dom Giordano. Hey, Dom.
Hey, Dawn. Jeff Andrew in the center ring with Mikey Sherrill. The questions he has for her, and I think the subpoenas for August 25th. He's on today. And people on Twitter recognizing something with Benjamin Netanyahu in Washington. Cheltenham's on the front page for something not as good, but they want to get Netanyahu out of their Hall of Fame.
Oh, please.
Oh, yeah.
How do they do that? He went to that school.
Oh, I know. They want him out, though. You can be taken out. O.J. Simpson, I'm not sure. I got to check. Henry, is he still in the Hall of Fame or not? They have turpitude clauses. We'll talk about Cheltenham a little bit.
Oh, my goodness. Well, it's a great Dom show just ahead.
When it comes to avoiding roofing problems this summer, go with the real deal. Impriano Roofing, Siding, Windows, and Doors. Family owned and operated for over 50 years. One of the only roofing companies still run by the original family. They're the experts in the industry, no comparison. And Jack Impriano stands behind every job 100%. Experience, integrity, that's the real deal. Call 610-644-4444 for your free estimate today. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
Hey, it's Mike Quick. It's time to cut your old point-of-sale systems and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leaders for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-serve kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit pdqpos.com. PeterShield.com.
You know what I don't like? Paying for something twice. I can't stand that. Hey, it's Rich Zioli. That's why when it comes to your roof, siding, doors, and windows, there's only one call you should make, and that's to my guys at Emmons Roofing and Siding. Emmons is a Platinum Owens Corning contractor, which means that Owens Corning backs not just the shingles, but the workmanship as well for life. That's right, for life. Roofing, siding, windows, doors, residential or commercial, done right the first time, every time. Go to emmonsroofing.com.
Tasty cake and summer just go together. Whether you're packing for family vacations, getting ready for summer camp, heading to the pool, or simply stocking up for busy days at home, Tasty Cake has the treats everyone loves. The next time you're at the grocery store, be sure to grab the baked peach pie, packed with sweet summer flavor, and the lemon cupcakes, perfect for lunch boxes, camp snacks, road trips, and family get-togethers. Easy to grab, easy to share, and always a family favorite. Make Tasty Cake part of your summer. Tasty Cake. Accept no substitutes.
Veterans and active duty service members. When your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. An elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and nearly 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. Left untreated, these veins can cause tired, heavy legs, swelling, burning, cramping, aching, even restless leg syndrome. In some cases, it can lead to serious health risks, like blood clots. USA Vein Clinics offers minimally invasive treatments that take as little as 15 minutes, covered by most insurances. Call 267-223-7162 and schedule your appointment today. Don't wait. Call 267-223-7162 for free information today. Imagine walking, exercising, and sleeping peacefully again. Varicose and spider veins won't go away on their own. USA Vein Clinics can help. Call 267-223-7162 for fast, easy, and affordable solutions. USA Vein Clinics treatments are covered by most insurance plans. Don't put this off any longer. Call 267-223-7162.
Philabundance is the region's largest hunger relief organization, serving more than 90,000 people each week. Almost a third are children. Help feed those in need at philabundance.org.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
It is Dom time. Let's clear one thing up that we're all on the same page with this John Thune character and Cornyn character and what's going on with the Save America Act. We're not talking about getting rid of the filibuster here. Let's not muddy the waters. All we're talking about is what has been precedent law forever. John Thune, you can go on Hannity all that you want and get some softballs. It's about the talking filibuster. In other words, if Democrats want to filibuster, they have to talk. Here are the Democrats right now. They gave up to Republican senators to be saying out there to all these people that don't know any better than our betters. There are 15 senators, Thune said, who are adamantly not on board with this Save America and all this other stuff. So we got a showdown going on. I haven't checked, but I didn't see Dave McCormick's name in there yet as one of the people saying, yes, we are going to call to get this on the docket. We want a roll call vote to see every one of these weasels tell us, no, we're not going to do it. All right, we got great guests coming up today. Jeff Van Drew in the center ring. His committee has subpoenaed Mikey Sherrill. on the whole glitch. Henry's working on the French group. They may join us to talk about that glitch one of these days coming up, but he'll be here today at 2 o'clock. Joe Concha, A.J. Rice with a new book that the cover is quite provocative. I showed it to you, The Curse of the Bearded Lady, how the trans mafia whacked American sanity, okay? So, the whole trans thing and how it influences the Democrat Party is incredible. We'll get to all of those. We got an unbelievable side question. The side questions the next 3 days, they just spilled out yesterday in a burst of creative energy. So I think they'll all be good. Wanted to talk about, before we get into that and we get into Fauci, we got a lot of Fauci stuff today. David Zawag will be with us, Paul Zawag. He is the guy Dan and I had on. I can remember it at the height of COVID as we were coming into the summer. He had written an article about why kids would not be allowed to be at summer camp, even though it was outdoors and you could space them, you could do all kinds of things. He's since gone on to write a book about it and the abundance of caution. And I went back. It's not just Fauci. We have to have a moment. You know, how many times have I said there's never been a reckoning on what happened during COVID? Meaning, for the first month, 6 weeks, yes, caution, try some things. I get all that. But the people that were not only wrong, but were petty tyrants, they've never paid a price. Fauci is petty tyrant number one that has never paid a price. Well, let me take you back to those days. Remember the rat line that was set up by Valerie Arcouche? She's the woman that ran Montgomery County. I went back as soon as I saw the Fauci hearing will be coming up. I had the diary stuff. It's amazing. The rat line. She also had this Dr. Trininger that I have mocked ever since then. And if you're a sports fan at all, imagine, if you remember, they closed down the schools over Thanksgiving. They didn't go back until December. Now, this guy would never come on. He's too big of a coward, the doctor. The scientist, you know what he cited to close down all of Montgomery County, even the Catholic schools? Wayne Gretzky. Yeah, he cited Wayne Gretzky. He said, I'm a bit of a hockey fan, and you don't go to where the puck is now, as the great Gretzky would tell us. You go to where the puck is going to be. Do you know that some of these life coaches actually use that? They frame it. They have a puck. This doctor, you don't go to where the puck is now. It's like Wayne Gretzky whispering. You go to where the puck is going to be. I say close down those schools. You'll have a hat trick. That's what we went through here. Our own Bill Devlin, if he's listening. I didn't check with. Remember, we got him, and since the Catholic Church wouldn't even hear people, their ministers couldn't hear people about getting a religious exemption, First Amendment, around the vaccine, Bill Devlin jumped into the ring and did it with over 100 people. So there's a lot of family business to unpack here when it comes to Fauci. Now, Cheltenham. Netanyahu is meeting with President Trump today. So is Zelensky. We ought to listen to Zelensky, by the way. You know, I'm not proud. If I could win at anything and somebody knows something, I'm not going to say, well, I just know better. I'm going to listen to them and I'm going to steal a little bit of it. These Ukrainians know drones. He seems to want to get into attacking Iran from Ukraine. Let him. That's great. Maybe he can do something that hasn't been done. Not sure about that, but I'm open to it. All right. Cheltenham, Netanyahu. On Twitter, people are putting up the same thing I was thinking this morning. Cheltenham High School used to be, in my estimation, I'm not sure if I could give you the top. I used to do stuff. Who are the most accomplished people that went to your high school? Think of your own high school. Henry, you're Radnor, right?
Downingtown.
Oh, Downingtown. Who's the most accomplished, famous, whatever in Downingtown?
From my school,
yeah,
Muffet McGraw.
Oh,
Hall of Fame women's basketball coach, Notre Dame.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that's prominent. No scientists. Nobody split the atom.
Not as far as I know.
All right. Now, Newman, it's unfair because South Philly, there's a million, people in show business, entertainment. Bill Cosby used to be claimed by 3 schools. Germantown, I think Cheltenham, and I forget the other one, because he moved around from school to school. Oh, the Cos went here. Well, he may have. I don't know if he graduated from there. My point being, Cheltenham, I once was in the dunk tank for Rizzo's. It was a day that wasn't too warm. I'm telling you, when I get out of that dunk tank, because they let them throw it to raise a lot of money from a distance of like 7 or 8 feet, it's freezing and dirty after a while. I go inside to try to towel off, and I see their Hall of Fame. Mark Levin is in there. The second doctor who did the heart transplant, not the first, but the second, is in there. Reggie Jackson, Mr. October, is in there. And the Netanyahu brothers. I'm saying that because Cheltenham has fallen a long way. They're on the front page of the paper today from one of these hazing incidents in the football locker room that's pretty severe, to put it mild. The mom says, my son still has to go there. It's very difficult to recover. And yet that school recently, within the immediate past, has been making moves to kick Netanyahu out of their Hall of Fame. Yeah. Let's kick Benjamin Netanyahu out of their Hall of Fame. It's stunning. And every time he visits here, like in Washington, I think of Cheltenham. And over the years, last 4 or 5 years at least, you've seen how they've gone downhill. They are not a premier school in the area. I'd have to think, what is the premier school based upon academic achievement in the area? A little bit unclear at this point. But when you take a look at a school, some of the New York schools, and you see the accomplished people that came through there, they're like, wow, this is pretty difficult. And Cheltenham has a great Hall of Fame. Let's kick Netanyahu out of there. All right, those are some of the preliminary thoughts. Coming up, I have, by the numbers, Dr. Fauci's diary. In other words, the number of times that he mentioned various things in his diaries that we've seen so far, and what they tell us about the man. You know, what was he repeatedly mentioning in his diaries? We know now, based on the diaries, he had these one-on-one dinners with Jake Tapper and Dana Bash, calling him a superhero. Remember all that stuff? It is amazing. He bragged about shutting down schools in the diary, the power that he had. Will there be a reckoning? The biggest part of this is he knew, because he had a hand in it, where the virus came from. The other, I was thinking of my top 10 list of COVID. The other thing is, the number one thing, it underlined the Chinese would murder all of us in a heartbeat if they could. They're the existential threat to the world. And he aided and abetted the Chinese. Now, is Rand Paul the guy to joust with him tomorrow? I'd say RFK Jr. might be better, but Rand Paul is a doctor, eye doctor, which, doctor. And he and Fauci, the antagonism. He fixated on fame as the deaths rose. I'm the most famous person in the country, he writes in his diary. All right, let me give you the side. What is it? We're 98 days now. We started this yesterday, remarking the countdown to the midterms. So we want something associated with countdowns, like an all-time countdown. I'll give you an example. Or a person. The person I most associate, I have 2 with countdowns, are Dick Clark, Mr. New Year's Eve, and Geraldo, the countdown to the Capone safe, and the wine bottles in there. Now, I could, Geraldo and I are very friendly, even though we've jousted over stuff. He is quite a character. But I'm told, Dom, don't bring up the Capone thing. He's a guy that throws caution to the winds until it comes to that. Doesn't want to hear about the Capone thing. And I'll also take off, let's see, Y2K. The countdown to Y2K at WWDB was unbelievable. I'm sitting there. I was coming over. This stuff's surreptitious, right? I was moving from there to here secretly. And we're at a lunch with the guru of guru, Tom Bigby, who ran WIP. He created it. I mean, he found it. Guy talk. That's what I don't want to hear scores. I want to hear guy talk. He once threatened to fire a producer if the next call to me sounded more than 2 minutes. That was 2 minutes, but sounded. So the guy hesitated at a minute and a second. Good night, everybody. Right out. The producer's standing there like Kirk. He comes in there with the executor right there. He was body on the floor. Now continue. Wow. No more 2-minute calls. So he's sitting there and he gets a call from the head. This was CBS station. You have to be at the transmitter. I'm not going to the transmitter because of Y2K. Right in the middle of a big steakhouse lunch and all big kerfuffle.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So I know Y2K was unbelievable. I got some of the others too, but you're not going to win with them. They're pedestrian. But how about yours, Henry?
Yeah, this first one I'm going to take off, it's countdown, but it's more of a subjective kind of countdown. The Bulletin of Atomic Scientists are the one to determine when this clock will end up going to zero. But right now, our doomsday clock.
What's it at?
Is 85 seconds to midnight.
That seems like a lot. Usually they have it like 1 second.
Well, no, this is the closest it's ever been to midnight.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Well, when Trump gets out of office, suddenly,
Right, yeah, now you got a few minutes
6
back.
years
Yeah,
to
I'm sure.
doomsday. Don't worry about doomsday. You got nothing to worry about.
Yeah, so shoot back to being like, I don't know, 1 p.m. or something. And then the other one I'm going to take off is the final few seconds of The Miracle on Ice, February 22nd, 1980. Of course, Al Michaels on the call, but you can hear the crowd in the background counting down the final 10 seconds as the U.S. pulls one of the most stunning upsets in the history of sports, upsetting the Soviet Union in the Olympics and in men's ice hockey.
Those countdowns when you're holding on for dear life.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man. You're not the better team.
Holding everyone around you. Yeah, you're shaking.
Yeah, exactly.
Tears in your eyes.
1 second left. How about yours, Kirk?
I'm going to go with 2. I'm going to go with the NASA countdown clock to launch.
Yes,
second,
that's a great one.
Second, the original music countdown show, Casey Kasem's America's Top 40.
Yeah.
Before Ryan Seacrest ruined it.
And then Rolling Stone, I don't like their politics, but they have the 500 greatest rock songs in history, that kind of countdown. Yeah, I like those too. Mm-hmm. All right, thank you, Mike C. Central was the other school with Cosby. Only thing on that, Central has gone downhill, too. It's gone downhill for the last 30 or 40 years. That used to be very difficult to get into. I wouldn't say Central's the number one thing of anything there. I could take a random bunch of people from Central. I'm not putting them into the math Olympics or the just general trivial or whatever. No way. What's the number one school right now that you would say is the most accomplished? Is it Lower Merion? That's usually what comes to mind, but maybe they're overrated. Maybe it is Downingtown. All right. Not bad. We got a Hall of Famer there.
Well, I gotta separate myself. I didn't go to one of the Downingtown high schools. I went to Bishop Shanahan.
Okay.
Different school.
Okay. Who's the most accomplished from Shanahan?
Muffin McGraw.
Oh, okay. That's what you're saying. Okay. All right. 855-839-1210. You can get in. There is something about a few of those New York schools. They have like rocket scientists, and then they have like Hall of Fame players, that kind of thing. Cheltenham had the Netanyahus, Mark Levin, the heart doctor, and the two Netanyahus, and people like that. I don't think you're going to see any from there in the near future. Why is that? What is it that drives some schools where it's apparent and then they go downhill? All right, you can hit us at 855-839-1210. Coming up, Stephanie Rule from MS Now or Not Now, talking about the funeral today, Lindsey Graham, and she brings up John McCain. We'll play it for you. Her take on Lindsey Graham and John McCain in the afterlife. What? 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Whether it's Kensington cameras or fight clubs or stupid statements that people in certain communities make, they put it out there and we give our opinion on it.
Right.
You probably just don't have the balls to give honest opinions.
Right.
And if you did, nobody would listen anyway because you sound like a pleasant dweeb. Devin is definitely a white dude for Harris. Don't get mad at us for reacting to things. Why don't you get mad at the people that won't clean it up?
Right.
If the Super Bowl came to Kensington, that place would be cleared out and cleaned in 13 minutes.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Free speech lives here.
The Dom Giordano program.
On Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
It is Dom time, 855-839-1210. Yeah, Reggie Jackson. I did say Reggie Jackson.
Oh, you did? Okay, I'm
Kevin,
sorry.
thank you. Yes.
I apologize.
I was trying to show just think about that. It was the second doctor for the heart transplant early on. And Christian Bernard, I think, was the first. This guy was just a second behind. Not one, but two Netanyahus. Mark Levin, Reggie Jackson, and I think her name was Norma Shapiro. When I broke in, she was the most villain of talk radio. She was in the Hall of Fame. She was this judge who wanted to let out. She was like the Larry Krasner of her time and was always saying, oh, overcrowded. Henry needs more space in his bunk there in prison. Kurt can't be in there with him. That's it. Overcrowded. And vicious criminals were let on the street because of her. But she made it into their Hall of Fame. They were proud of that. I'm saying that because, there was a movement to get rid of Benjamin Netanyahu. And yet, when you look, it fits. When you go downhill like they have, it fits. That's what you'd be doing. Speaking of downhill, Stephanie Ruhle on MS Now, or Not Now, or Sometime Now, talking today about Lindsey Graham's a little bit cryptic, and John McCain meeting in the afterlife. Here's what Stephanie Ruhle said.
Mark, Lindsey Graham
was a complicated political figure. I mean, even his relationship with Donald Trump, deeply complicated, but also consequential. What made him that?
Well, he was a politician from central casting. He was kind of like a Mickey Rooney character. And so, and I mean that sort of in the best and the worst ways about politicians. I mean, he was a true public servant. I think that was a good characteristic in him. But he also was really needed relevance, which is why he saw the shift to supporting Donald Trump the way that he did, which complicates his legacy for sure. I got to know him when I worked for John McCain, and he was part of the Three Amigos group with John McCain and Joe Lieberman.
Yeah, I'm guessing he and John McCain are having very complicated conversations right now.
Absolutely.
If they are in the same place.
It's interesting.
Unclear.
It's interesting because even given where Lindsey's gone kind of on a run, he would make McCain look like a dove right now. But the one interesting story
All right,
about
but
him,
I want to go back to her there. So, yes, if they're in the same place. So I'm sure, to Stephanie Ruhl, John McCain's in heaven. Lindsey Graham is not even in purgatory. I know purgatory's frowned on. I always like the idea of purgatory. You know, you're waiting, it's a doctor's office, but ultimately it's the Hall of Fame. You didn't get in there for 15 years, and then a big day comes, you're in there. I'd like to have a Hall of Non-Fame and take out the 20 or so that shouldn't be in there.
The Hall of Very Good?
They're not even very good.
Oh, man.
The Scooter, Phil Rizzuto. You think that guy ought to be in the Hall of Fame?
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, it is.
No, yeah, he just gets clout for being on the Yankees.
Yeah, Trey Turner should be there over this guy, the Scooter. Okay. Yeah, there's probably only a few that are really, they got in by hook or by crook.
Some old-timey baseball guys, I'm sure.
Yes, yeah. So one of the big stories out of New York today, is Mondani strikes again. And the former spokesperson for Jared Polis, who is a progressive, the governor of Colorado, was on a podcast. Here's what he said about the fact that Mondani, for this new tax, I guess it's for your second home or there's some sort of formula if you're very wealthy and you have a home in New York and maybe somewhere else. Not only did Mondani name names that they're going to tax, but he puts up the physical address. You know how dangerous this is, given the climate that's out there? So these wealthy people that they're going to go after, he puts it out there publicly, not only who they are they're going to tax, but he puts out where they live when they're in New York. And the spokesperson makes the point, what if a mayor put out all the people on food benefits, public housing, SNAP, and said, gosh, these are the people who make me pay high tax rates because there's so many people in the public dole. People would be horrified, right? Well, think about it. Arguably, some of these people, let's face it, are unworthy. They shouldn't be getting all this. But why would you put the name out there of these rich people and their physical address to shame them? And the number one thing I think about is not just some sort of physical attack, but if they have kids and people think there's money, kidnapping is the thing that comes to mind. I'm sure many of them have protection, but you don't want to be putting out there physical address in addition to everything else. I mean, it's dangerous stuff this guy's engaged in. All righty, 855-839-1210. Hit us with that all-time countdown is what we're looking for as we count down toward the midterms. By the way, John Cornyn goes after Mike Lee, who's leading the charge to say, you're not getting a recess, you should vote. And it's one thing he accused Senator Lee of trying to be a social media butterfly. But then he says, Cornyn, the guy from Texas, Lee is demoralizing our base. No, buddy, you know nothing about the base. That's why you're no longer a senator. Mike Lee is much more in touch with the base than you are. All right, let's go to David in Lexington. David's on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, David.
Hey, Dom. Happy Tuesday. How you doing?
Good, David. Thank you.
Haven't talked to you much lately, but I thought I'd bring in on this one. But real quick, as far as famous people, my dad actually taught both of these people. I would say the biggest celebrity, and I have a very young high school, so relatively we don't have as many alumni. But my father taught Ainsley Earhart. And as far as athletes go, I would say Peter Boulware, who played in the NFL with the Ravens.
Oh, he's a good player, too. Yeah. And who was the first one? Amelia Earhart?
No, Ainsley Earhart.
Oh, Ainsley. I was going to say, what the heck? I thought I heard Amelia. Well, that's pretty good. Ainsley could interview Boulware. Yeah, he's a good player. Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah. So now for my side answer, and this happens every time I come to Pennsylvania, or really all of us can relate to any long trip. You know, let's say you've got a multiple 100-mile drive or something. How many more miles? 83 more miles. My goodness, come on. Well, how many more miles now? 72 more miles. My goodness, it's never going to get there. So counting down the miles on a long road trip.
Absolutely. That is a very, very good one, particularly if it's a 1,000-mile trip. So it could be a general one, a general sort of countdown, okay? 855-839-1210. You get a line. 4:45 in some jobs on a Friday or something like that. 5 of 5, you know, the countdown starts. The coats are the office. Hit us with that. Let's see. Do I have any others ones we didn't get? Yeah, the New Year's countdown. Capone, Clark, Cape Canaveral. Kirk had that.
Mm-hmm.
The Nassau countdown. That is one of the most famous.
Mm-hmm. I have a winner. I just
Yes.
don't know if I want to say it yet. I want to see if someone else can get it.
Ah, okay. Tell me during the break. We'll see if it's a winner. Yeah. This is an outside the box. There's a million of them. You just have to hit on the right one and get your name into the hat. All right, coming up, one of our favorites, Joe Concha from Fox News. We'll talk with him about the president's stuff at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. But in addition to that, he's got an upcoming book, and I want to ask him about Fauci and how he handicaps this, what he sees in the Fauci diaries. We have not had a reckoning on COVID. Tom Wolf was one of the worst. Wolfman Hack. The stuff that he did, awarding winners in some businesses, losers in others. Wally Zimmerlong, our attorney, came on and pro bono took on several businesses. One was a pool company. It was only 5 miles separated. One could operate, the other couldn't. Remember all that? All the nonsense they came up with? Why? Rachel Levine. There you go. One of the real villains of the whole scenario. All right, that's all straight ahead. Hit us at 855-839-1210.
A plane has crashed into one of the towers of the World Trade Center.
The events of September 11th changed our nation forever. As we approach the 25th anniversary, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT is looking to hear directly from those who experienced that day firsthand. Were you a first responder who answered the call on September 11th? Were you in New York City, Washington, or near Shanksville? Share your story as part of our special 25th anniversary broadcast, 9/11 Through the Eyes of, a collection of personal memories, reflections, and experiences from those whose lives were forever changed. If you have a first-hand account and would like to be considered for an interview, visit 1210wpht.com/911story. Let's remember, honor, and preserve them for future generations. Go to 1210wpht.com/911story.
To 15-year-old Harper, buying an $80 vintage rock t-shirt is a great investment. To Harper's mom, this logic has a few holes in it. So she helped Harper open a Wells Fargo Clear Access banking account. With no overdraft fees and tools to track spending, Harper's learning, one heavy metal tea at a time. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Terms apply. Visit wellsfargo.com/deposit disclosures for fees and details.
Let me tell you something about insurance. When you sign your insurance policy, for some brokers, that's the finish line. Handshake, commission, done. Then you may not hear from them again until it's time for renewal. But your business runs all year, so do the gaps and the risk. So go to supersure.com. If your company has more than 25 employees, whether you're the owner, CFO, or HR manager, it can be too complex to just go buy a policy online. Supersure is the super agency built for you, licensed in every state for your business insurance and employee benefits, all with year-round support for you and your team. At Supersure.com, you can access tools like fine print facts. It'll translate your current policy into plain English so you see what's covered and what's not. Plus a business value calculator so you can estimate what your business is worth so you know what actually needs protecting. Go to Supersure.com. One super agency, one powerful platform, all your policies in one place. Supersure.com. That's Supersure.com. Paid for by Supersure Insurance Agency, LLC, a licensed insurance agency.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. In short, a lot of things. Bundle today at Progressive.com.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
It is Dom time. Welcome in the On Deck Circle, one of our favorites, Joe Concha. We'll unpack several things. Joe recently said if the SAVE Act falls, we are broken as a government. And where we stand right now with John Thune trying to lie his way through this, here is Thune. I think we have that one. Thune with Hannity last night. Yes, this is cut 12. Here's what he told Hannity, what's going on and why we can't get the SAVE Act. Cut 12.
I know the president has leaned on you hard. He's leaned on Mike Johnson hard. You have very slim majorities. You know, in terms of his priorities, what percentage of those do you believe you can have done before the midterm elections? Because he's got a lot on his wish list.
He does. I mean, the main thing he wants, Sean, as you know, is the Save America Act, and that is something where, like I said, we've had multiple votes on it now. Not a single Democrat has voted for it. I think we continue to put him on the record. But we've had 5 different votes on it already. If we can get a chance to vote on it again, the best way to do that would be in a budget reconciliation bill. And that would enable us not only to get a vote on that in some form, it's not going to be everything the president wants, but also do something with the military where we desperately need to ensure that our military has everything they need to deter and defend our country, and particularly with what's going on in the Middle East right now. And there's some stuff in there for agriculture. It's a bill the House passed, and it's no easy feat in the Senate. We don't have 50 votes for it today, but hopefully we can get there.
Getting rid of the filibuster non-starter, you don't have the votes?
Well, we don't, and I've actually I've had this conversation with the president many times, I think, as you know, and I actually suggested at one point that his team come up and sit down and visit with some of my colleagues. So they came up, met with about 20 Republican senators, and 15 were no on getting rid of the filibuster. The votes aren't there to do it. I know he thinks he can persuade people, but there are a lot of folks who are this is a hard position for a lot of Senate Republicans.
All right. Majority Leader Thune, good to see you.
Sean, good to be with you. Thank you. Thanks.
Appreciate it.
All right, we're not talking about getting rid of the filibuster. We're talking about making them do the real filibuster. That's all. Let's make them do it. Oh, well, there's another priority. You're going to be in recess. Stop it already. It looks really bad politically, but they're so driven, these rhinos, these faceless GOP senators. I don't think they care. We'll say, well, you can't take a recess. You can't go on vacation. When Cornyn is saying this demoralizes our base, does it? All right, let's go to the Earl of Tecconia. I like this one a lot. Hey, Earl, good afternoon.
Afternoon, Dom. Yeah, this one I thought about after going to the Chicago Styx concert last Wednesday. It's not a countdown, it's a count up. Usually it's something that the drummer does, and that would be the musical 4 count that musicians do, where the lead singer will go 1, 2, 3, 4.
Exactly. Yeah, that's it. The count up is we have a count, taping inside stories. I always count backwards, but I don't know. It seems more professional than the count. But that's right. That's a countdown or up. 855-839-1210. They both work. Here is Megyn Kelly talking about the Fauci diaries. And I'll give you some of the numbers in here and what they represent about what he was engaged in. Cut 5, Megyn Kelly.
He writes, had dinner over at Jake Tapper and Jen Tapper's home in D.C. Terrific couple. Friendship building. Again, so weird. When in your life, Victor, And you and I got to know each other. Were you running home, putting down in your diary, was I friendship building? No, that normal people don't behave like that unless they're users, right? Which clearly he was. Then Tapper, the most revealing aspect of these pages, writes the Rand Paul team, are how Fauci worked with compliant journalists to shape media narratives. On July 26, 2020, while watching the Assistant Secretary for Health and a fellow member of the White House Task Force be interviewed on CNN's State of the Union, Fauci writes that the Assistant Secretary for Health was talking bullshit about testing with Jake pressing him. Quote, I gave Jake some questions to ask him. And then Tapper and he were making fun of Laura Ingraham of Fox News.
They were. I remember
After
that.
my Laura Ingraham hit, Jake Tapper texted me saying sarcastically, quote, hard to believe Laura Ingraham went to Dartmouth, isn't it? All of us alumni are very proud. What the hell? This is a federal official whom he should be cross-examining and pressing and cynical of and pessimistic about. That's what you get paid to do. Not chum, we Dartmouth alum can't stand Laura Ingraham. All of it is so stomach-turning.
My God. All right, here are a few by the numbers of the Fauci diaries. The number of times he mentioned peer review, meta-analysis, risk-benefit, learning loss, mental health, not once in these vast diaries. The number of times he mentioned N95, seroprevalence, cost benefit, once. Number of times he mentioned cloth masks, school closure, natural immunity in his diaries, twice. The number of times he mentioned awards he was getting or wanted to get, 80. Number of times he mentioned hero in reference to himself, 49. Number of times he mentioned all the Instagram stuff, 36. The number of times he mentioned the bobblehead doll, 23. Number of times he mentioned all these selfies with famous people, 19. And the number of entries headed press, meaning the media, 641. Interesting diaries. What do they tell us? Well, those numbers, by the numbers, give us a sense of what was going on here with Fauci. Okay, phone lines are 855-839-1210. We've gotten some good ones, some great ones on Twitter. Henry thinks he has a winner, he told me. We won't take it off yet. All-time countdown or count up, the counting thing, as we count down to the midterms. And I think it's 6 or 7 senators are going to bring it up. They want a roll call vote. Who wants to go on recess rather than doing their work and trying to pass the Save America Act? Politico says it will be a cruel summer for these Republicans to have to deal with this. They know they'll never get it passed. They won't do it. But the most curious comment is John Cornyn saying that Lee and people like Scott Presler, they're demoralizing the base. The base is already moralized by you, demoralized. This is something that might pump them up. Jeff Van Drew's here at 2 today. He is going to have that one-on-one. He subpoenaed Mikey Sherrill on what went on here in Jersey. All right, Gary in Newtown is next on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Gary, afternoon.
Good afternoon, Dom. I was going to go with something like to count out the countdown, but I want to go back to a night that is remembered in history as February 11th, 1990, and the guy had 50 wins, 44 of them by knockout. We all know, I think, or you for sure have mentioned this guy multiple times on the show. His first knockout, where the 10 count laid him on the mat, was against Buster Douglas, and that would be, so my answer is Mike Tyson and the 10 count, his first 10 count on the mat.
That's a great one. Shocking to me. I mean, he had to be way off. God only knows, And I did interview Mike Tyson once. I found him to be very smart, if not brilliant. Truly. The answers, the type of stuff, there were no handlers, etc. You learn a lot just when you're getting ready. You can tell they're doing interview after interview. So there's some space. You can hear them a little bit. You develop it. And Michael Vick, the same thing. I'm very positive toward Michael Vick. I know that's shocking, but I think it's been proven out. Joe Conch, indisposed. I'm not sure what's going on, but we'll reschedule with him. Still want him to get him on to talk about any number of things. We're going to talk, though, with Jeff Van Drew at 2 o'clock. A.J. Rice, serious guy, but very comedic, has this new book out, The Curse of the Bearded Lady, How the Trans Mafia Whacked American Sanity. How is it that such a small group has exerted so much power driving? Think of the drivers of all this trans stuff. Think of how far Democrats have gone. The Trump people, 2024, they told me, several of them, they spent $44 million on those ads around trans with Kamala Harris. I would have spent, whatever we can get, we'll get it back. If we win, you can decorate the White House. I don't care what it is. Give me $1 billion. I'm going to run nothing else. And these voters go, wait a minute. You're putting men out there against girls or boys against girls? Yeah, which party's doing that? I want to vote now. That got my attention. All right, hit me with some more. We got some great ones so far. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
New rules, New Jersey. If you have an e-bike, riders must be at least 15, hold a valid driver's license, or an e-bike special license.
There is a designated bike lane inside of my development, and I see these kids in the neighborhood that have these little e-scooters, and they're I call them the Bluebell Bike Bandits, because they're a pain in the ass. They don't adhere to any of the rules. They're 12 years old. I don't expect them to know the rules. Like, where the hell are their parents at?
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Today's gold price is brought to you by Edelman's Coins, Philadelphia's local bullion dealer, celebrating its 100th year anniversary. A fourth-generation company. Visit Edelman'sCoins.com to learn more. Today's gold market price is $4,040.08.
Did you know untreated vein disease can get worse over time and impact your heart health? Early treatment matters. USA Vein Clinic treatments are quick, have little to no downtime, and covered by most insurance providers. Go to USAVeinClinics.com and call 267-223-7162.
It's time to harvest more from your savings this summer. Open a First Harvest Credit Union 15-month share or IRA certificate and earn 4.25% annual percentage yield. Don't wait. This summer harvest savings rate special won't last forever. Explore all your saving options at firstharvestcu.com/certificates, including our growth savings and growth checking accounts, or visit a branch near you. Membership restrictions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
From North Wales to Willingboro, we know your favorite stations, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
All right, Dom Giordano Show, 855-839-1210. That's how you do it. Get on board. Hit us with some kind of countdown, something with numbers as we're trying to reach some goals, some kind of timing thing as we tell you 98 days to the midterms. 855-839-1210. So I went back and pulled with this Mondani 5 public stores. They did this in Kansas City. And after a short period of time and a lot of investment, they had to pull the store in Kansas City. Things got so bad, the employees were carrying or allowed to carry their own tasers. I didn't know you had to go to a supermarket and a taser. It jumped out at me. They buried the headline. Should have been a big headline.
Oh, man.
And what did they say the problem was? First of all, they showed the shelves. Bread. One loaf that looks like it was left there, the mold growing right on there.
Oh.
And then they panned over to the produce. Oh, man. Mondani can stand there with all those plantains he wants. You know how bad this is going to be, and he's undercutting the other stores. So a guy, Paul McAllister on Twitter, a few very obvious points on Mondani's grocery stores. The supply of the discounted grocers will run out on day one, and every day there's a new shipment. This is basic Econ 101. This means only the people who are lucky enough or fast enough will get these discounted groceries. Expect to see the city ration those groceries in some other way by income or neighborhood or some lottery system. Grocery margins are notoriously low. He says 2%. I've heard 1%. These stores will lose a bunch of money selling 30% below market, or they'll sell so little it will be insignificant. Point 4, there's absolutely zero chance that government bureaucrats can source these products from global supply chains lanes, as Whole Foods does or Walmart, whose survival depends on it. Their costs will be 10 times higher. Point 5, it's actually an incredible triumph of capitalism. You can get a pound of bananas that were shipped to your neighborhood from Ecuador for like 60 cents, or fresh grapes from Chile in the dead of a Midwestern winter for $2 a pound. Norwegian salmon, he goes on to talk about this. So those stores going to be able to do any of this? And the answer is not. You cannot. As they said, each month we plan, we set it, that's it, 30% off of whatever the surrounding market is. And then we do it again next month. It doesn't work that way. I can't wait. You know, I know you're not supposed to pray for failure, but I do. I pray for this guy, failure, every single step he takes. But the upside of Mondani, again, run against him. Run against this stuff. And every one of them that's DSA, et cetera, that are in their party. I mean, printing not only the property owners' names that are going to pay these shameful taxes, but their addresses. They have kids, where they live, that type of stuff. That's chilling, isn't it, given the way things operate today? All right, 855-839-1210. That's how you get in. Hit us with that all-time countdown. And tomorrow, I guess they start at 10 a.m. We'll have full coverage. We'll have sound of Rand Paul. We have David Zawag coming up. Paul, I don't know why I keep on who the day. Yeah, it is David.
You're all over the place. Right
now. I don't know why.
Wow.
I've changed his name 3 times. And he came on at the height of COVID in the summer, talking about some of these restrictions on summer camps, et cetera, that were beyond ridiculous. He's gone on to write The Abundance of Caution. He's the best we're going to find that documents what was going on here. So what can be done with Fauci? Well, he does have the pardon. Is that pardon legit? How far could this go? At least some reckoning of this guy. Who else do you say was one of the villains of COVID? And look at some of the things that have come out of it. Look at how these fraudulent public schools have taken Zoom and Chromebooks, and now suddenly we don't need any snow days. We'll just declare everything off whenever we want and get away with it. Think about what America learned seeing these alleged classes. Think of how Randy Weingarten principally kept schools closed when the CDC was ready to open them up. Why would she do that? Power. That's what it's about. Think of all the stuff that seems comical now, like supermarket lanes They had arrows. You're pointing down this way, and then the next one comes back that way. Don't buck the line. Don't engage in. Just thinking about the itchiness of the mask. It's like Newman with the fleas. You can hold it in for a second. Just think about all those things. There's also the allegation, I think it'll come up tomorrow, that Dr. Fauci did not fully reveal a couple of the things, at least one, that could be a side effect of the vaccine. And he got that side effect, but he was able to get elite care, and the argument is it was covered up. So even though he suffered from it, nobody knew until we had his diary now. Man, who keeps a diary like this in public life? I don't know. I have to go back of how they got it, how they subpoenaed it, how this was available. But what a showdown tomorrow. It's a showdown over all those things that were done. Some of them right here in the Delaware Valley. Wolfman hacked the governor was one of the worst. I told you, we had people calling in. You may remember, I did a Saturday show just on this. And they were calling in saying, how come I'm closed, but store X in my field, only 5 miles away, is open? One was a swimming pool company. And Wally Zimmerlong jumped into the ring and fought for them, our lawyer. So this is kind of then think of the ivermectin, making us believe that ivermectin was just used with animals, not humans. We got the hydrochloroquine, all those things back and forth around this. Now, I commend Trump for getting a vaccine through, but some of the repercussions of it are still being felt today. And it had a large impact on electing Joe Biden, who, if he couldn't hide in the basement, allegedly because of COVID, I don't think ever would have been elected. So the devastation wrought by the Chinese with this is the other aspect to it. I'm not sure how long the testimony is tomorrow. What really would be ideal is a whole week of testimony on this. I never get, well, we don't have time. Oh, stop it with your time. Stop all your nonsense. This ought to be in detail after detail. Some of these things I just mentioned with Fauci alone could take hours. Remember, you have all these other people questioning, too, and Democrats trying to jump in front of the train. Okay, they can jump in front of it, but the train ought to be 10 hours every day, if not more. Yeah, get a bathroom break, eat your sandwich at your desk, and continue to answer. All right, let's go to Joe of Exton. Joe is on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe, good afternoon.
Oh, yes. Hello, Don, and good afternoon. For my side answer, the 12 months of the year serve to remind mankind of the change in seasons.
All right, that is a countdown. Absolutely, Joe. And we all know what the best season of the year is and where the countdown happens. Summertime and the living is easy. You don't go winter and the living is easy. You don't go fall. All those sweaters and bonfires, you can have them.
Right.
I got summer and the living time is easy.
People would fight you on that one, I think.
Oh, of course they do. Oh, women's fashions come out.
Yep.
They're always deadly because they're covered up. Summer, they're uncovered. I'm winning on this. Somebody say something for fall, Henry.
I mean, I agree with you on the summer thing. I'm not gonna take up for fall.
Yeah.
Except if I were to, you could go, pumpkin spice this or whatever.
Right.
But also you got football.
That's right. Pumpkin spice. They never say football, these people. Pumpkin spice, bonfires, and sweaters. Oh, I feel a chill coming on.
Oh, boy. Yeah, they like the chill.
And spring used to be a contender, but spring is so short. I don't even know what spring
doesn't even
anymore.
exist anymore, it feels
Essentially.
like.
Yeah, May might be. That's about it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, coming up, we're going to talk with David Zweig. He's a journalist, author, the book, An Abundance of Caution. We first had him on when we were talking about summer camps during COVID. And it was unbelievable, the response to David. He's gone on now to be really a chronicler, I'd say, of COVID. He's next on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale & Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10.
I'm not voting for the character or the integrity or whatever he may lack. I want closed borders. I want a good economy. I want low crime. I want free speech. Everything that the MAGA platform is, that's what I want for this country. If a politician is your role model and idol, you're probably looking down the wrong avenue, right? Athletes, politicians, entertainers. I tell my daughters, Taylor Swift's not your role model. Your parents should be your role model.
Start your day with Kale & Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
And Doug.
Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
David was in big trouble with the IRS.
At first, I didn't owe that much, but after this year, it was out of control.
Then David called Get a Tax Lawyer.
Right away, they were like, oh yeah, looks like you're qualified to save.
Get a Tax Lawyer went to work.
Should have called way sooner.
Get a Tax Lawyer has helped thousands like David fight the IRS and get a fresh start.
Call 800-745-3070. That's 800-745-3070.
In Philadelphia, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 80 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Philadelphia. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Summer is such a special time to get engaged, and at Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square, I'd love to help you find the perfect ring for that moment. I'm Paul Cozy, and whether you're looking to create something completely custom or want help selecting a beautiful diamond and ring that's ready to go, I'll personally work with you every step of the way. Everything we do is handled in-house right here at Cozy Jewelers, which makes the process personal, comfortable, and truly one of a kind. If you're thinking about taking that next step this summer, come see me at Cozy Jewelers, and let's make the ring that's meant for your future fiancé.
If you owe the IRS back taxes, you need the best team on your side. Priority Tax Relief has helped thousands of Americans resolve their IRS problems and settle for pennies on the dollar. As a leading tax resolution firm, we have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, hundreds of 5-star reviews, and a 4.9-star rating on Google because we deliver results and huge savings. If you owe $5,000 or more and even facing wage garnishment, liens, levies, audits, or IRS letters, call us today at 800-470-3405. Once you call, our tax professionals will call the IRS with you for free, and within minutes start negotiating a settlement. We'll put a stop to collections and fight to get you the best settlement possible. Choose the company Americans trust most. Call Priority Tax Relief now at 800-470-3405 to see what relief you qualify for. Don't wait. Make the call. Dial 800-470-3405. Once again, that's 800-470-3405.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. One of the reasons why tomorrow is so important with Rand Paul is, will he be able, with these new diaries, to actually get to the truth, to the things that people thought and remember happened during COVID? And Dr. Fauci is one of the 1, 2, or 3 principals, if not the principal, along with these complicit journalists who fueled a lot of things that just were not true, and they knew it after particularly the Chinese connection. It wasn't the wet markets. How many times did we hear that? Well, the guy that Dan and I happened upon, I think it was this summer. By the way, just one fact. Mulligan's plays into this. Jeff Van Drew was changing parties. That was part 1. So if you remember, he got President Trump to come and do that whole thing at the Wildwood Convention Center. And we were perched at Mulligans. Now, Henry, you have to imagine this is just days before, literally days. Couldn't be more than 3 or 4.
Right, yeah.
We got the word, take cover. That's
Final
it, go home.
countdown was on.
And listeners should know by now, Mulligans, you hear when that crowd's in there. It's not a giant space. And I remember Rich was on mornings. I was following 9 to noon then. Boy, how things change.
Totally.
And I remember just seeing all the Bloody Marys and hundreds of people packed into Mulligans right there before the announcements, literally days. They even turned on the hot water at the Bolero, the guy told us, because Trump was coming to town. The stoplights were on, the whole thing. All right, our guy throughout this has been David Zweig, and David is a journalist, author, and the author of the book, Abundance of Caution. We used to kid him every time he was on, when is that book coming? It's out, and it is the best bet to take a look back at all portions of this. Let's bring David back in for kind of a preview tomorrow. David, how have you been? It's been quite a while. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, thanks for having me back.
Well, I don't know if you remember that. You do hundreds of interviews, but Dan and I definitely did. It was about summer camps and the ridiculous, I don't know which publication you wrote it for, and people just latched on to that because by that point, we had a little bit more knowledge about COVID. The first 6 weeks or so, I get it. It was scary. When did you think that these things are a bit off? In other words, the science, we have to give a period to see what works. When did it occur to you, and what was it?
I would say it occurred to me in April of 2020.
All right.
So in March, when everything began, I sort of followed along with what the CDC and other authorities were telling us. I had my natural skepticism to some degree, but I wasn't, particularly adversarial in my thinking about any of this. And however, we were told that we needed 15 days to slow the spread, that the purpose was to prevent hospitals from being overwhelmed. I live just outside New York City, and by the middle of April, or sometime in the middle of April, cases in New York and hospitalizations began to fall off a cliff. You can see graphs of this and look it up. It was available at the time, and it's available now. So I thought, great, the kids are going to go back to school. We did it. We followed the instructions, and it worked. Everything's going down. And instead what happened was they said, we need another 30 days. We're going to extend this.
Right.
And that's when the alarm bells went off for me. Something's very wrong here. And in particular, that no one, as far as I could tell in the media, certainly not in any of the kind of prestige outlets, was saying anything. It was quite an extraordinary moment that I would ask your listeners just to try to think back and remember to. The entire American public was told 15 days. And when those 15 days expired, they just moved right on to another 30 days. There was basically zero dissent, zero investigations, and in a place like the New York Times or whatever, where they have enormous resources, as far as I could tell as a citizen reading it, there was no resources at all put toward actually finding out what's going on here.
Yeah, absolutely. And at that point in time, David, you remember, for listeners, the genius, the guy on how to handle things, was touted. His press conferences were covered nationally many days. Governor Andrew Cuomo. That's right. Yeah, Cuomo, he's one of the, for lack of a better word, villains in my book, Abundance of Caution. But Cuomo, along with, I would just say, the larger kind of Democrat, apparatus, and then and then along with Anthony Fauci, that one of the things that I think is very interesting to explore is the connection or interplay between certain elite institutions within our country. And we are told that the press is this, fourth estate and, typically is supposed to be adversarial
to government and to other sort of powerful entities. But what I documented extensively was not an adversarial nature, but rather a complete sort of working in unison between the mainstream media, between the Democratic establishment, and between the public health establishment. And what I argue is that this was an incredibly dangerous scenario to be in, especially during a crisis like the pandemic.
And the diaries point to that with Dana Bash, superhero, and the dinner with Jake Tapper here. They point to exactly what you're talking about. David, you know my background getting into this is teaching, and I do a podcast on school choice now. And the schools were one of the biggest areas of this complicity. CDC was ready to say, all right, enough already. Randy Weingarten, we have the emails, intervenes, and bang, we're still back to dragging this on. The learning loss, the only good thing is parents saw what was going on in schools, and it has fueled a lot of pushback, I think.
Yeah, I think you're right on that. And I was mentioning the sort of powerful institutions from, legacy media outlets to Democratic political establishment to public health establishment. One of the ones I left out are the teachers unions.
Yes.
And again, this sort of complicity and almost conspiracy in the sense of it wasn't secret, but in the sense of operating in tandem was so stark and so bold because they could get away with it and no one or few people in power or influence cared. So when the American Academy of Pediatrics put out their initial guidance, which more or less said, get the kids in school no matter what. They even, in an interview, one of the heads of the AAP said, don't worry about the 6 feet of distancing. If it needs to be, 5 feet or 4 feet, whatever, get the kids in school. That's more important. Well, as soon as Trump tweeted that he wanted all the schools to open, the American Academy of Pediatrics completely revised its guidance. And saying that, don't get kids in school. We need all sorts of things to happen. We need money. But the thing that is often lost in what happened with that revised guidance was not just the content, but who the authors of the guidance were. And the AAP, the American Academy of Pediatrics, co-authored this guidance with the two largest teachers unions in the country.
Yeah.
That is and just an astonishing moment. So that's the thing that's so upsetting and dangerous about it, and then when you think about Fauci as this kind of de facto leader amid all of this, it will be very interesting to see how this plays out with Rand Paul.
Any thoughts on, in addition to this book, your big book, Abundance of Caution, with these diaries and tomorrow's testimony?
I think it just it's kind of a remarkable document, this diary, but only insofar as it just gives solid evidence or additional evidence to what we all have already seen. Anthony Fauci did thousands of interviews. There's this infamous cover, I think the magazine's called In Style, where he's wearing a suit and sunglasses, like lounging beside a pool.
Yeah.
So we observed this narcissism and kind of like fame, megalomania within this man. So we didn't need to see it in the diaries. We already have empirical evidence, but now seeing it in the diaries, this guy had entry after entry where there was something where he had a Zoom call with a bunch of celebrities and he listed like the names of 20 different movie stars and others on the call. What kind of man who's in his late 70s in his diary, while he's managing a pandemic, is taking the time to carefully write down, the name of every celebrity who's on this Zoom with him. And he does this over and over in the diary where he's very careful to mention the names of the famous people who are on a call with him, who are at a particular party. this is a man who is clearly, and this is not me being an armchair psychologist, like you could just look at it. This is a man who cared deeply about his own fame.
Without a doubt. Any heroes in abundance of caution?
There are, and the heroes are somewhat unlikely people in that the few heroes who I note are sort of everyday physicians, a small number of them, and researchers, and a couple of researchers outside of public health who took it upon themselves to do studies, often at their own expense. They didn't get a grant from the NIH or anyone else. They just said, this needs to happen. And two of the heroes in the book is a physician named Weston Branch Elliman, who was at Harvard Medical School at the time, and Emily Oster, who's an economist who was at Brown. And they said, this 6 feet of distancing thing, there's no evidence this is beneficial at all. But the CDC won't change its guidance, despite the fact that millions of kids were in school in Europe who were not 6 feet apart.
Exactly.
So they took it upon themselves. They said, we need to run a study. And they did the study in Massachusetts, and where they compared schools that were adhering to 6 feet of distancing and schools that did not require it. And lo and behold, there was no difference in the outcomes of cases of COVID. Mm-hmm. It didn't matter. Now we are, again, this is sort of like the Fauci as a fame horror person. You could observe this anyway, but all you had to do was look at Europe. We had a sort of natural experiment, but for the people who refused to look, okay, we're going to now have to provide concrete proof. And they did it. And because of them, the CDC was ultimately forced to cry uncle. And once their study came out and was published, very shortly thereafter, the CDC much belatedly finally eased off its 6 foot of distancing requirement. And that enabled tens of millions of kids to go back to school. It had nothing to do with the virus being different or anything else. This was, and I'll tell you one other important footnote to this. The only reason that they were able to conduct this study is because the governor of Massachusetts at that time was a Republican and was not listening to the CDC guidance. He chose to go against the CDC and did not require every school in his state to do 6 feet of distancing. So it was like a catch-22. All the states were told, you and regular people, you have to follow the CDC. If you don't, you're a piece of garbage, you're immoral, how could you? But the only way to actually prove that the CDC was wrong and didn't have evidence for what they were saying was to go against the CDC. So it took the courage of this governor who didn't follow along that actually even allowed this to happen. If everyone had just done what they were told, we never would have gotten the proof because they wouldn't have been able to run the experiment.
Well, I want to thank you because I think it was one of our conversations. We did have Oster on, and being at Brown, that was pretty bold. I guess she's tenured and all, but still, to be at academia and to be that driving force, it really, really mattered. The book is out in paperback now. What else can you tell us? Available everywhere, David?
It should be available everywhere, certainly online, easy to order. But the book very much is a document about what happened, but it also is not about the pandemic in a way. That's just the scaffolding. It really is about how American society operates and how human beings make decisions in a time of uncertainty.
Absolutely. Well, it has been an honor to know you since then, to be continued. And are you watching live tomorrow? Are you sitting there, the popcorn ready? Where do you watch? Are you in the war room saying, wait a minute, are you jumping at the TV? Yeah. By the way, let me ask you your expertise on this. I know Rand Paul. I know him. We're friendly, or we used to be. But he is very good on this, and he is a doctor. Would you rather see RFK Jr. in the ring with Fauci tomorrow?
Well, that's a good question. Well, I mean, dare I say, I wish there was someone who, and this is impossible, who didn't have the sort of political baggage or political coding of either of them. But of course, that would never happen. because ultimately, and what I've always tried to do with my writing is to not just like preach to the choir, but I always try to persuade other people. And unfortunately, you know what's going to happen. It literally won't matter what Rand Paul says to half the country. They won't. It doesn't matter. They don't care. So that's sort of the shame of this. It's exciting for, you know, a certain segment, you know, people who want to watch for the popcorn. But unfortunately, I don't think it's going to change minds of a lot of people. And there's not really an easy solution to that, is there?
Yeah, and David, I would just tell you, too, you probably have yours, but my big thing, given my background before doing this, learning loss is historic here, and the shame of all those hundreds of billions of dollars. There was no urgency in schools to make up for that learning loss. There just wasn't, and it continues. And these are the kids that were already borderline to start with. That's the legacy to me.
Well, I'll tell you, those, you know, $100-something billion, just an absolute, you know, torrent of money that flowed to the schools as, you know, as a sort of, I would deem it almost as like a mea culpa, you know, that the government put into action to try to help kids with learning loss for what they did to them. There were virtually zero strings attached to that money. You might not know. Initially, I thought, oh, well, they have to use it in a certain way. You need to hire tutors. You need to, you know, have more. No, there was a very, very small amount. I think it was something like 20% of it actually needed to be very specifically earmarked. The rest of it was just a cash grab. It was a windfall. My district here in upstate New York, where I live, you know what they used part of the money for that came from the government for the COVID learning loss? They hired a full-time DEI coordinator or director with the money.
Oh, perfect.
So, I mean,
perfect.
Exactly. That's what the COVID learning loss money from the federal government was used for, hiring a DEI person.
I'm going to use that nugget. I got a lot of speeches coming up around this. I'm going to use that nugget. It's unbelievable.
Feel free. Yes, it's true. So,
David,
just wild stuff.
Thank you so much. Thanks, David. And look, if there's anything urgent tomorrow, you have our number. You want to pop on and say, I'm bursting on this, what Fauci just said.
Good.
We'll do a play-by-play, some therapy for all of us. Thank you, David, for the great work on this. Thank you, as always.
Of course. Great.
All right, coming up, I'll take your calls coming after that. And there was a local hero. I don't know his whereabouts, and I'm determined with the testimony tomorrow to find out whatever happened to Dr. Damsker, our person of the year over in Bucks County. Is he still in the basement, held captive by Diane Marsaglia and Bob DeGrasse Harvey? Gene DiGirolamo, can you tell me where he is? I'll tell you why Dr. Damsker was big in this. And your calls next on Talk Radio 1210.
How about a summer Friday down in Cape May, huh? It's Rich Zioli. I want you to join me at my happy place, which will be your happy place, the Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey, Friday, August 7th, 3 to 6 p.m. Old school PM drive show. It's going to be a blast. We'll have fun. We'll hang out. That's Friday, August 7th, 3 to 6 p.m. at the Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey. You don't want to miss this, so spend a summer Friday with us.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and nearly 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. Left untreated, these veins can cause tired, heavy legs, swelling, burning, cramping, aching, even restless leg syndrome. In some cases, it can lead to serious health risks, like blood clots. USA Vein Clinics offers minimally invasive treatments that take as little as 15 minutes, covered by most insurances. Call 267-223-7162 and schedule your appointment today. Don't wait. Call 267-223-7162 for free information today. Imagine walking, exercising, and sleeping peacefully again. Varicose and spider veins won't go away on their own. USA Vein Clinics can help. Call 267-223-7162 for fast, easy, and affordable solutions. USA Vein Clinics treatments are covered by most insurance plans. Don't put this off any longer. Call 267-223-7162.
Ready, set, summer with the Honda Summer Event. With impressive efficiency, sleek exterior styling, and sport-tuned suspension, the Honda Civic and HR-V have all you need to get summer ready with the most fuel-efficient full-line automaker in America.
Visit your local Honda dealer today.
Shop Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield today.
See dealer for financing details. Based on EPA estimate of 2024 large full-line automaker fleet-wide fuel economy. EPA Automotive Trends Report 2025.
This is the sound of Claire cooking dinner at home. And that's the sound of a fraud alert from Wells Fargo, flagging a charge for a pricey restaurant in Paris. Considering Claire isn't in Paris right now, that seemed odd to the bank and to Claire. 2 taps later, Claire says nope to the charge, and Wells Fargo is on the case. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Free speech lives here. With Rich Zioli. Weeknights at 6. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
All right. All-time countdown is what we're looking for. Dr. David Damsker. We had him on. He was a person of the year. People loved him. I'm not sure if it was 2020, 2021, whatever, in that time frame. One of the things he did, he had such credibility. He was a Bucks County public health guy. He said, 3 feet is plenty of distance in schools. Remember that? And he started to speak around the state, and school boards around the state, just on his say-so, were starting to open schools. And then came the good afternoon woman. I'm not sure, Henry, if she's in our bank anyhow. She was this dizzy woman they put in charge of this stuff from another field. And she would always say, good afternoon. We'd play her repeatedly. She and Wolfman Hack cracked down. They told them over there, I think it was like 12 days before they were ready to go back to school or something. Nope. Can't be done. Can't be doing it. And the big Bucks County school districts. And Damsker ended up in the basement. We never could get him on again. Never heard again. Doesn't speak out. And these people out in Bucks County, the suburbs again, you think they would be in revolt. Let's elect Diane Mersaglia, Bob Harb to Grace Harvey. Let's elect people like this. Again, I say it all the time. What is up with the dumbness, the insulation in the suburbs? Right there. Remember that inconvenience people were set to actually go back to school? Then they got the word this woman was involved, and Governor Wolf. And then Damsker suddenly still had the title. I think he's still there as far as I know, but he's put into the basement, so to speak. Just an example. What in the world? This guy was, you remember hearing him, was his accurate. Credibility was unbelievable. I had him on 4 or 5 times. You voted him Person of the Year. And when push comes to shove, no. We would rather side with these dummies that are the commissioners out there because they're going to protect abortion. That seems to be the big issue. Go figure. I can't tell you what's happened, but Dr. Damsker, always in my mind, as one of the true heroes and a guy never heard from again. Tell me what interviews or what he, where I'd love to have him breaking down what Fauci says tomorrow. And this happened all over the place. Over in Montgomery County, they had Valerie Arkush with the rat line, and then with her goofy doctor quoting Wayne Gretzky to make schools close down for 2 weeks. These people have never paid a price. Neither has Fauci for this. David is a down-the-middle guy, but there needs to be a reckoning on this, that we get it right. Here's what happened. It should never happen again. We haven't. Randy Weingarten is more famous, more prominent than she's ever been. She's a menace. All right, let's go to Joe in Philadelphia. Joe's on Talk Radio 1210. Good afternoon, Joe.
Hi, Dom. Nice talking to you. That was a great interview you just had. That was very, very informative.
Well, thank you. That guy, Joe, when we had him on that summer when we were all grasping it all, and he had this article about camps, has stuck with us. I think we've had him on a dozen times since then, and it doesn't change. Tomorrow's a big moment. We can never forget what happened to us.
Check 1 2.
I had a.
Are you going to keep that type of shot, that side shot?
Go ahead, Joe, if you can talk.
Yeah, I had a question for you.
You're going to zoom in on me.
Why can't the DOJ look into the CDC find out who was going along with Fauci's playbook, and look into them for a conspiracy, indict them, and have Fauci as a witness in the indictment. I know we can't prosecute him because he has immunity.
Yeah, I would say this. In fairness, as I remember it, the woman who held the job at the CDC was doing the right thing. She was superseded by the Biden people when Randy Weingarten got involved. Randy Weingarten is somebody they ought to go after, though. There are probably other functionaries. The guy who was in cahoots with Fauci at the National Institutes of Health, Joe, he's a guy. I don't know if he's been pardoned. Yeah, there's a few. Those are the ones I would look at.
Yeah, because that would be a good way to get him as a witness.
Right.
And this way he can be on the stand for 2-3 days, and he'd have to answer the questions.
I like that. Joe, do you have a countdown on the side?
No, I haven't even thought about that.
That's okay. But thank you, Joe, for a great call. Yeah, it's an interesting thing. Have him as a witness. I don't know what was going on there. Take 2 and 3, but that's fine. Good call by Joe. Yeah, David, who was just with us. I'd love to get David Damsker back on. Maybe when he retires or something. I don't know. Remember that Person of the Year? We had a run of Persons of the Year from Bucks County. Meg Brock was another one. What's the common thing? Those commissioners. Robert and Ben Salem. Oh, Bucks County on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Robert, afternoon.
Hey, Dom and Henry. It's good to talk to you guys today.
Same here.
And, Dom, summertime and the living wasn't easy until AC came out.
Well, true.
Okay?
Well, it wasn't easy in the wintertime either, right. Yes.
I hear you. Yeah, a lot more people die from freezing than heat. That's true. But I wanted to talk about Thune for a second, man.
Yes.
You know, if Thune had been the Senate Majority Leader in 1964, the Civil Rights Act would have never passed because they made them do a talking filibuster, and the Democrats, including Al Gore Sr., filibustered the Civil Rights Act for 73 days, the longest filibuster in history. But they made them do it, and when they got tired of doing it, then they passed the Civil Rights Act.
And that is a brilliant point on this ground, too. Even those segregationists, with them, that's the major thing in their life forever. They could not withstand it. These guys would crack under just the Save America Act. That's exactly right. Make them do it.
Well, you either achieve cloture by achieving cloture or when the filibusters stop from exhaustion. That's actually in the text. So they should just make them do a talking filibuster, and we get to listen to these idiots every day talk about how secure elections are a bad thing. And I think that would play well politically, but I don't think Thune has that in him.
He doesn't.
Big disappointment, Tom.
He does not. And he's I don't even think he's lying. He actually believes it, Robert, I think, at some level, that we're talking about getting rid of the filibuster. All we're saying is enforce it. That's it.
Well, either that or it's just anything he can do to stick a finger in Trump's eye, he'll do. I mean, that's what it seems like to me. My side answer, I believe Henry mentioned the doomsday clock. Now, when that doomsday clock hits 0, we hit what's called the final countdown. And that was something that us Cold War kids feared all the time. But we were put at ease by the fact that if a huge fire burst bomb blew up outside the school, we could hide under our wooden desks and everything would be fine. So I'm going to go with the final countdown, Dom. Great show as always. You guys have a good day, all right?
Thank you. Yeah, I'd rather face the nuclear holocaust there than the nuns if you didn't put your head under that desk at King of Peace. Nice work. All right, 855-839-1210. Coming up, A.J. Rice, the author of The Curse of the Bearded Lady, How the Trans Mafia Whacked American Society. He's next, and your calls on Talk Radio 1210. But first, why do some people just seem to age better than others? Truth is, it may have less to do with age and more to do with how well their bodies repair and recover each day. That's why Rescue created their Renew You age-defying drink mix. And for a limited time, listeners can buy one, get 2 more free at res-q.com. Renew You is a delicious orange drink packed with powerful amino acids that support muscle energy, collagen production, brain function, and the building blocks your body needs to age well, Just mix it with water and enjoy. Plus, it's loaded with antioxidants to support youthful skin and cellular renewal, helping you feel energized and ready to enjoy the things you love with confidence. Just go to res-q.com, look for that buy one, get two free Renew You bundle, or call a product consultant at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Don't wait. Give your body what it needs for lasting vitality. Visit res-q.com, claim your buy one, get two free Renew You bundle, and do it today.
There's nothing simple about choosing an engagement ring. Most people don't know where to start. That's why they turn to Family and Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton. JR will walk you through every step: diamonds, settings, styles, and how to choose what actually fits their budget and their partner. There's no pressure and no confusion, just straightforward guidance and a wide selection to compare with confidence. The goal is simple: leave knowing you made the right decision. Family and Company Jewelers in Marlton, New Jersey, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
When it comes to your home, you shouldn't have to roll the dice with a small contractor or pay the high prices of a giant one. At Lemus Remodeling Group, a family-owned company, you get the perfect balance. Expert exterior remodeling from a team that's nationally recognized and neighborhood trusted. From roofing and siding to windows, doors, and gutters, the Lemus team delivers quality work, honest pricing, and a home that feels brand new. Call 610-GO-LEMUS to schedule your free consultation today or visit their website at golemus.com. Lemus Remodeling Group. Trust Lemus for a lifetime.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano show, and over the years we've had on A.J. Rice, always very entertaining and very much involved with some of the biggest issues out there. The current book, he says this book is dedicated to all the amazing women born inside the right body. On the back, one of whom is Riley Gaines, and the cover, come on, A.J. Rice, could you be more provocative? Holding it up here, youtube.com, you can see AJ/1210. The Curse of the Bearded Lady. All right?
That's right.
And then you have to say afterward, Trans Mafia.
That's right. How the Trans Mafia whacked American sanity. Dom G, great to be here, right? I heard you had to bump LeBron. You bumped LeBron to put me on today. Big shout out to Lansdale.
No,
but I want to shout out to Lansdale Catholic High School here.
Well, Dr. Fauci was scheduled, but we'd rather talk to you and the bearded lady here. But, AJ, talk about in the book, did it occur to you, the 2024 election, I had on one of the Trump people before the final result, and they said they'd already spent $44 million on the trans issue with Kamala Harris. And I told them, mortgage everything, spend $1 billion. This is the winner of winners. And I think your book, among other things, gets at why Democrats, though, cannot give it up, particularly now.
100%. That is exactly right. It was the main silver bullet of sanity. They doubled down on it in 2024. In fact, I just got off with Don Jr. He and I just spent an hour talking about exactly that. And the thing about the curse is, they won't shake it. They're willing to die on this hill again. So, they all lift their skirt up. There's 72 genders under there. This was that thing that regular people just couldn't shake, especially when it comes to children. Now, there's been plenty of, medical examinations. Issue. I do have a fairly famous shrink who wrote the foreword for me. She was trained by Freud's daughter. But this is more of a cultural autopsy, the book. I mean, I write political humor. I've been on with you before with my other two books. And the reality here is that if you use, humor to illustrate truth, usually ridicule moves faster than rebellion. And it's a public audit. It's a public audit. You could go, Kamala spent $1.3 billion in 100 and some days, right? Lit it on fire. But the Trump administration was able to narrow down on a few things, a few pockets of government overreach, and a few places, like with the trans mafia issue, where the Democrats have totally lost their mind. And the reason I call it a curse, and I'm being, a little bit glib there, I am from Northeast Philadelphia and Bucks County. I will say that the curse is the fact that other than a few people like Fetterman, Bill Maher, maybe Rahm Emanuel on the right day, maybe guys like Stephen A. Smith, they will not shake this. They are willing to go again and again into election cycles defending the bearded lady. So the bearded lady's never going to sing for the Democrat Party, even the 400-pound blue-haired ones.
With all that local knowledge, which I know of too, Josh Shapiro, I think in the end, when the dust settles, is good. Even the fact, the anti-Semitism of the party, this guy is a one-of-a-kind chameleon, and yet he felt the necessity to even hit the third rail there of this whole issue, saying, yes, boys and girls sports, the bathroom stuff and all that, people get fired up. But I'm convinced when people see that, they just go crazy. It's such a human reaction to this.
Absolutely. And look, he is a chameleon. They are like weather vanes, for sure. I'm in D.C., Dom. I left Philadelphia 22 years ago. I've been in the rooms with these goofballs, these focus group people, in the rooms with these public policy shops, public affairs shops, people that try to figure out how to spend taxpayer money, light it on fire at the whim. And the reality is they are trying to figure out how to not look anti-trans. I mean, you see Governor Newsom doing this in California, right? It depends on the day on which way they're going to go.
Exactly.
Right. Because they know that they're at the bottom of the building is filled with Mamdani, the squad, and all the kooks. The Bolsheviks are in the basement, and they're moving up through the building. And the establishment Democrats, the building is on fire, and they don't know what to do. I mean, the thing about Shapiro is he can play that little game all he wants. But as I just mentioned, I mean, Kamala basically told us that the Democrat Party was going to think he was too Jewish to be the nominee, and that Mayor Pete was too gay. See, here's the problem. Democrat Party, they put us all into little ad, a la carte sushi menu grievance boxes, right? And that's how they order the universe. And one of the biggest ones, corporate money, Hollywood money, academic money, to the bearded lady. It flows directly to the trans mafia enforcers. And right now there's a little pause. But as you saw, Dom, with Major League Baseball, they get amnesia real quick. The second they don't think Trump.
What are they afraid of? Are they afraid of actual? I remember Bill Maher talking about this now. Actual violence. Is it? Yes. What is the fear? Because these are very small numbers of actual people who are. What is the fear that will happen to them?
Well, I mean, the Democrat Party, the energy, the money, the activist base, they are all for this. And it doesn't matter if one type of totalitarianism somehow is incongruent with another. This is why you get Queers for Palestine. This is why you got trans people that are celebrating the mullahs not being totally wiped out yet in Iran. This is where they're at. And it's fear. It's fear. I mean, Bernie Sanders is no longer, the old Bolshevik that's drying his underwear on the radiator. He's in charge. He's in charge.
Exactly.
So,
now, A.J. Rice with us. A.J., one of your chapters wanted to talk about remembering Charlie Kirk, how Kirk plays out in this, and what we're seeing, at least on surface from the trial, the whole violence part of this from his assassin, allegedly.
So, full disclosure, I was Charlie's publicist.
Okay.
For a couple of his books. And that section actually was one of the last things. I put it in there as like a halfway point. I called it an intermezzo, like when you're going to a fine Italian restaurant, though. And, it has seemed to be proven true, because whether it's a non-binary person adjacent or a trans person adjacent, Charlie seems to be not only the victim of left-wing violence, but of the trans mafia or an affiliate, or the fact that the shooter's boyfriend was a member. If a bunch of Italian Catholic nuns from, Northeast Philadelphia or from South Jersey were running around the country shooting the places up, or Irish Catholic nuns from Minnesota, or you pick your group, non-protected group, I should add, there would be a national conversation. There would be breathless, documentaries and docudramas. CNN would name a whole month for this. No one apparently, Dom, except a few of us, can connect the dots that a majority of a lot of these shootings, really in the last 5 to 10 years, have been from people that are mentally ill and on some kind of trans drug or identified that way. It's one after another after another. I document a lot of it in the book, and yet the media can't see it. It's a giant bearded lady blind spot, and they can't connect the dots, Dom.
Any fear of you personally, though, putting out this book at this time? I got a lot of reasons for asking that maybe my colleagues here know, but is there? This is the type of stuff that's kind of dangerous.
Well, look, I'm having fun in the book. I'm not there to diagnose people medically, right? But the reality is, just like all humor, I think that it can get into places that, making a public policy argument or ranting and raving from the pulpit or this or, as a medical doctor can't. Because there has always been junk science, whether it's leeches, whether it's trying to see if a witch can float in Salem, Massachusetts, whether it's phrenology, where people were measuring head size to dictate intelligence. The earth goes around the sun goes around the earth. We are going to look back 100 years from now and think that a segment of society lost their minds. And someone needs to look. I'm not the first person to do a book like this, but I am the first person to do a comedy about it, for sure. Other than, maybe Mrs. Doubtfire or Tootsie or any Dustin Hoffman.
Exactly.
Most of his movies, right? No, the reality is no. I'm in this game. The last book I did was called The White Privilege Album, which proved to be true.
Yes.
Which, I was on with you and some of the boys there, Rich and others.
Yeah.
I am doing satire. It's no different than George Carlin. It's no different than Groucho Marx. Yeah, sometimes it makes you uncomfortable and makes you think. And that is the difference between comedy and satire. Satire makes you think. And there's an old tradition in the United States. Even in Western civilization, go back to ancient Greece. It doesn't matter whether it's Lenny Bruce or George Carlin or in recent times, Shane Gillis and Dave Chappelle. These are jokes. So yeah, there are people that are always going to hunt people that tell jokes, but you have to do it because that's what makes Western civilization special.
Exactly. A.J. Rice, the book, The Curse of the Bearded Lady, How the Trans Mafia Whacked American Sanity. A.J., so do these people, by and large, that we're talking about in the Democrat Party, not just the far progressives, do they actually believe this stuff, or is it the fear factor? You got to go along with it. And my contribution on this whole thing, I always say with it, is this. It is a political blessing. We're winning on this. Sanity is winning, but it's slow. They're going to fight a lot of rearguard battles, which means it's going to come up in at least 2, 3, 4, 5 more elections.
Yes. Yes. But it is, they're cursed with this. They own it. You know, I mean, look, I did the book cover to look a little bit like an old school noir movie.
Yes.
You know, a little bit, and it's a bit of a circus show for sure. And but they are stuck with this, and they have a few guys telling them to ditch this stuff. But I don't think they can. I was watching Anne Hathaway at the Human Rights Campaign giving some wacky speech about, you know, trans people circumnavigate gay people and gay people. Like, she was using this nutty metaphor. I mean, they are in. Hollywood transes their own kids. We got sports people like D. Wade who have done it with his kids. So, I mean, here's the thing. Not all activism is created equal. And if you're a sports guy like Dom and I are, and everyone listening to this station, you could go back in time, and whether it's Jackie Robinson, Muhammad Ali, or Jim Brown, you can look at some of their activism as noble. But when we look back on this time period, it's not going to look that way. It's going to look like marketing. It's going to look like virtue signaling. And it's going to look like people, unfortunately, turning their own friends, in some cases their own children, into accessories in order to fit in with a very small segment of society.
I didn't look in the glossary. Is Dylan Mulvaney in the book? And if so, how many pages?
Oh, yeah. Well, I do credit. You know, elections have consequences for sure. But I got to tell you, Kid Rock and his AR-15 did more on, you know, Instagram and TikTok when he lit up those cases of Bud Light. When he did target practice with that Bud Light, he did more damage to this insanity, to the point where Anheuser-Busch's CEO got on a plane and they were flying there by the time the video was over. So yeah, I address it. I address all the other times that we may forget. Like Doritos did something, and obviously that goofy Jaguar ad where they were having it's a Jaguar ad, Dom, with no car in it. Can you imagine? It's a drag brunch on the moon or on Mars or something. I mean, some of this stuff is so silly. I mean, you have Skittles did something. A lot of the corporate world got injected with these people. They all had DEI coordinators and all the rest.
Exactly. Unbelievable stuff. AJ, it is the perfect blend. The cover too, people will see it. Got to be a reaction in bookstores or online.
Oh, yeah.
The curse of the bearded lady.
They're hiding it.
How the trans mafia whacked American sanity. AJ, thank you so much for coming on again. We'll talk soon, hopefully.
Thanks, Dom. I appreciate it, brother. Go Birds!
All right. Thank you, AJ. Henry, you always wince at the Jaguar thing. I know that takes a particular...
It's such a horrible ad. I mean, what were they thinking?
Yeah. What a blockbuster. These two back-to-back here. All right. Phone lines are 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Whether it's Kensington cameras or fight clubs or stupid statements that people in certain communities make, they put it out there, and we give our opinion on it.
Right.
You probably just don't have the balls to give honest opinions.
Right.
And if you did, nobody would listen anyway because you sound like a pleasant dweeb. Devin is definitely a white dude for Harris. Don't get mad at us for reacting to things. Why don't you get mad at the people that won't clean it up?
Right.
If the Super Bowl came to Kensington, that place would be cleared out and cleaned in 13 minutes.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Ready, set, summer with the Honda Summer Event. Make every mile count with a great deal on an Accord or Accord Hybrid with a standard turbocharged engine or available hybrid powertrain. Honda has all you need to get summer ready with the most fuel-efficient full-line automaker in America. Visit your local Honda dealer today.
Shop Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield today.
See dealer for financing details. Based on EPA estimate of 2024 large full-line automaker fleet-wide fuel economy. EPA Automotive Trends Report 2025.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and nearly 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. Left untreated, these veins can cause tired, heavy legs, swelling, burning, cramping, aching, even restless-leg syndrome. In some cases, it can lead to serious health risks, like blood clots. USA Vein Clinics offers minimally invasive treatments that take as little as 15 minutes, covered by most insurances. Call 267-223-7162 and schedule your appointment today. Don't wait. Call 267-223-7162 for free information today. Imagine walking, exercising, and sleeping peacefully again. Varicose and spider veins won't go away on their own. USA Vein Clinics can help. Call 267-223-7162 for fast, easy, and affordable solutions. USA Vein Clinic treatments are covered by most insurance plans. Don't put this off any longer. Call 267-223-7162.
You don't need another opinion, just the facts.
What caused that crash on the Schuylkill? Will it rain before the kids' game? What happened at the school board meeting last night?
At KYW News Radio, we don't take sides. We take notes, delivering the information you need to make the best decisions for your family.
The news you need whenever you need it.
Depend on KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news leader for more than 60 years.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, boy, great stuff from AJ Rice, Dom Giordano's show. If you missed some of it, I think that one's up on podcast too. But the COVID book, got a lot of response on Twitter around COVID. Side question today, some kind of countdown. This is a good one. Alan in Hamilton, New Jersey with Dom. Hey, Alan, good afternoon. What do you have today?
I was thinking about this earlier this week. I was watching the film Private Ryan.
Yes.
D-Day.
Yep.
D-Day was a countdown, and
a most consequential. We weren't aware of when D-Day was going to. I don't even know if we were aware of D-Day. And what the hell, Rommel, the greatest general, right? Storied. I'm going to go home for my wife's birthday. Was like, what? And Hitler, don't wake Hitler. Can you imagine you waking Hitler? The world's ending here. You get shot anyhow. You're not waking Hitler. All true. I've seen dozens of films on that. So, yeah, the countdown to D-Day, and Eisenhower saying, that's it. This is the day. Conditions are good enough. Let's go with it. I mean, we're in the middle of June. You still can't cross that channel easily. That's how difficult it is. All right. Big issues, big guests. Jeff Van Drew is on the case, and that is Mikey Sherrill. We'll let him lay it out, the questions he has for her. As I understand it, she's been subpoenaed to appear before his subcommittee. I'll let him say, oh, by the way, Jim Jordan tomorrow. Where do we get Jordan going on Dr. Fauci after seeing it tomorrow? And you can help me on Twitter. What advice should I give to Jim Jordan, without being too, over the top, because I've never engaged Larry Krasner, other than I got him impeached. I want that on my resume. The impeached Larry Krasner. What advice should we give him for dealing with Krasner? Jim? when he goes for cleaning the glasses, that's your moment. Top rope time. That's it. Right in. Interject, say, I don't care. I'm the chairman. Did you, Mr. Krasner? Mr. Krasner, have you no shame? 855-839-1210. Big 2 o'clock hour. Dom's Money Melody 2 coming up.
A plane has crashed into one of the towers of the World Trade Center.
The events of September 11th changed our nation forever. As we approach the 25th anniversary, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT is looking to hear directly from those who experienced that day firsthand. Were you a first responder who answered the call on September 11th? Were you in New York City, Washington, or near Shanksville? Share your story as part of our special 25th anniversary broadcast, 9/11 Through the Eyes of, a collection of personal memories, reflections, and experiences from those whose lives were forever changed. If you have a first-hand account and would like to be considered for an interview, visit 1210wpht.com/911story. Let's remember, honor, and preserve them for future generations. Go to 1210wpht.com/911story.
At Bradford White, we believe the products you rely on every day should be built with purpose. That's why we build water heaters for lasting performance and dependable comfort. Built right here in America, using the finest materials and components from around the world. Made to work as hard as you do. Reliable, energy efficient, built to last. Because hot water isn't a luxury, it's essential. Bradford White, built to be the best. Visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com, and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
With American Heritage Credit Union, certificates and IRA savings products come in a variety of terms, like a 15-month jumbo certificate at 4.06% APY or a 24-month certificate at 4% APY. For flexibility, consider our high-yield savings account with an APY of 3.10%. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/savings to learn more. Insured by the NCUA. Additional share insurance provided by ESI. Not a member? Join today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Pet parents, there are many sources to buy your pet food these days. But at Dogs and Cats Rule, we take special care in selecting our brands based on quality of ingredients, company transparency, and science-based nutrition. Coming into a Dogs and Cats Rule store with a dietary issue, we can help select the proper food. The best part of the visit is the shopping experience. That's Dogs and Cats Rule with 7 locations. For information online, visit dogsandcatsrule.pet. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios. Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
It is Dom time. Welcome in. On deck circle usually arrives at 2:01. There it is, almost 2:01 on the nose. Congressman Jeff Van Drew in the center ring of center rings. I believe it's his subcommittee. They will be bringing in Mikey Sherrill. I think it's a subpoena matter, and he put up on Twitter some of the questions he'd like to have answered around this. But, of course, I'll ask him for updates on several other things, and the Jersey thing is not going away. We've seen that with Scott Presler, et cetera. It has blown open the big lie. You're making it up. Now we're into the stage of tolerance. How much can the left tolerate with people voting who should not be voting? And we saw the purge of the voting list here in Pennsylvania. Scott talking about that yesterday. All right, let's go to Congressman Jeff Van Drew here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Congressman Van Drew, welcome back. Thanks for joining us. And thanks once again for being in the center ring on a most important issue.
Oh, it's a big issue. And I tell you, it's so ironic. I have a lot of feelings about this. But, the one I'd like to start off with is we were told we were xenophobic. We were racist. We were conspiracy theorists. We were liars. We were weirdo. I can go on and on and on. There was nowhere in America, nowhere in New Jersey, New York, Pennsylvania, nowhere, anywhere that people who were illegal immigrants and vote are voting. Well, God help us, what we worried about and thought might be true and truthfully hoped wasn't true, obviously turned out to be true. And there's a lot of questions. So the questions are, look, this is 600 people who admitted openly, either through stupidity or honesty or a combination of both, and said, yeah, we're illegal and we're registered to vote. How many people are out there that told the truth? How many people are illegal, maybe even illegal, who are voting? We have no idea. The only reason we know this is they actually openly relied upon the people who were breaking the law to uphold the law. I don't know how else to say it. So we don't dig into that. Secondly, we saw in the great state of New Jersey that there are thousands, I think it's about 75,000 people who've been called to jury duty who are illegal. Now, it seems with judiciary that they have double-checked, and it seems that they've called them out. We don't know that for a fact. That's what we're told. Hopefully, not hopefully, we will dig in. We will find out more. Here's the deal, though, Dom. It all goes down to what you and I have spoken about for so long. The bottom line is there is no room in the United States of America for sanctuary cities, sanctuary states, or a sanctuary country. When you allow all this sanctuary activity to take place, these are the things that result. If we didn't have all the sanctuary activity, if we upheld the law, if we didn't have open borders, none of this would be a problem.
Absolutely. One note on that, too, that this has explosive consequence. Illinois, a judge has just said, if you're here illegally, you don't get the in-state tuition. And Illinois is as liberal as Jersey, I believe. I can't tell you, you probably get it over the years, too. How is it that American citizens an inch outside of Jersey here in Pennsylvania have to pay the full boat, but if you're here illegally, okay, we're going to let you go to college, et cetera, you should have to pay the full boat also. Do you see that as something that can be dealt with?
Well, we'll try, and it's very much worth pursuing. I mean, these are things, just going back a number of years, when I was in the New Jersey State Senate and the New Jersey State Assembly, if anybody even dared mention, that they thought illegal aliens should have the right to drive a vehicle, Republicans and Democrats back then would have said, are you crazy? That's not right. You can't give them that privilege. Driving is a privilege. You just don't give that away to everybody. Other countries just don't do this. It's insane. And here we are, people breaking their backs trying to make a living, and they can't afford college. And so, they're coming up with all kinds of schemes and things that you could do so you can borrow even, people can borrow more money, or, the government can tax more to pay for it or whatever. How about you don't give in-state tuition to people who are illegal? How about you don't do that? You don't give in-state tuition to people who are legal and immigrated but live in a different area. You don't give in-state tuition to people who are legal and live in other states, but you're giving it to illegal immigrants. People, let me be clear, American citizens who are having a tough time making ends meet are tired of paying for clothing, educating, housing, transporting, and all the others that go along with it, feeding people who are from other countries and are illegal, particularly illegal criminals. You know, I don't want to monopolize the radio waves, but, you know, there's so many good immigrants, wonderful people who love America, who come over here. And this in no way casts aspersions on them. But the types of individuals, you know, I went to Delaney Hall, as you know, really dug in, looked at everything. Everything was fine. In fact, actually, it was quite nice. But there was a guy there heading up a hunger strike. And, you know, oh, the food's so bad, we're going on a hunger strike. I don't know if you know this, Tom. I don't know if I got to tell you this or if you'd heard it somewhere else. Dug into that. It wasn't a hunger strike. So the people who were illegals that were on the hunger strike and the guy who led it were going to the commissary and buying their food. They were getting their, you know, Lay's potato chips and their Twinkies and their Ho-Hos and everything else. And they probably gained weight during the hunger strike because they were actually buying all this food. But it was a big BS, fake, phony presentation. It was acting. And the guy, the supposed hero of the hunger strike, turns out the Kearney police, and I got that in my committee. We got the information, and I read the information in committee, so now I'm getting death threats from some of these people up in Newark Way and around Kearney, some of his cohorts. Turns out this guy was in jail for domestic abuse, slapped his wife around. He now is afraid to admit it, but filed charges back then, hit her open and closed-fisted. That's their hero. That's not the kind of immigrants who came to America and built America.
No doubt. So with your committee now, does this mean Governor Sherrill will be testifying and you'll be asking a number of questions I've seen up on Twitter?
Well, we're going to ask people, as you know, real briefly, we did a letter.
Right.
I penned a letter and had 17 of my colleagues, which I appreciate that, sign it with me. And we sent it to her. We have to explore. Hopefully she will answer if she needs an extension in time a little bit. We're glad to do that. But the bottom line is we're going to have the hearing. We're going to get experts in there. We're going to get hopefully somebody from her administration, if not her, and try to get to the bottom of this and really get to it. You know as well as I do, she's not going to come, at least willingly, to my committee. So we're going to see what we can do. But believe me, we're going to have it. We're going to expose stuff. And I want to get to the truth. And bottom line, Tom, I want to make sure this happens nowhere in America. Voting is a privilege. It's a privilege that men and women have died for centuries. We're celebrating 250 years of it. And again, and I don't want to overemphasize this, but I don't think you can overemphasize it. Tom, people like you and me and your listeners and hundreds of thousands, millions of others told we were weirdo, extremists, and xenophobic and every other thing you could think of when we were saying that this was going on, that it was never going on. Now we know for a fact, in fact, we had a liberal left-wing governor have to expose it because it was going to be found out.
Would Governor Murphy, it seems to be more on his watch, not that she didn't know, because I don't see how you could be in those circles and not know this. Is it fair to say, too, that Governor Murphy, would there be any value in talking to him? Because the French company says, no, it wasn't on us. You were aware. We notified you. These were non-citizens.
Absolutely. Well, the company's right, by the way. By the way, just as an aside, why do we have to have a French company? We don't have American companies.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? Every
so,
time something like this comes up, you and I speak for you. I know what I think about. Why are the Chinese so interested in running our New Jersey Turnpike?
Yep, we've talked about this. I'm just, and now we got people from other countries running our elections. It's weird. It's not the way it should be. I bet you we're not running their elections. Anyhow, but the bottom line is the company's right. I mean, they essentially said, look, there was nothing. They weren't hiding anything. They let them know. They gave them the information. The election commission, they're supposed to monitor this, look at it, and clean those rolls up. They didn't do their job. Maybe they knew, maybe they didn't know. I don't know, but it seems to me, and again, you can call me whatever you want to, that there's a link between having open borders and allowing 10 million plus people in. Seems to me have a political smell to it. It seems to me it's about elections. It seems to me about the ultra left wanting to win and having people that will vote for them. So this should have never happened. And yes, this is more Murphy's fault than it is Cheryl's fault. You know me. I call it the way I see it. At least she exposed it. She knew it was coming down on her, so she did the smart thing. Just come here, admit it openly, said it wasn't under my watch, and here it is. But the bottom line is, I don't blame Mikey Sherrill for this that much, because this happened before. What I do blame her for, though, is creating the conditions that nurtured this kind of activity. Sanctuary state, not cooperating with ICE, not cooperating within your prison system to get rid of illegals who are felons and have committed horrible crimes. That I do blame her for. This is different. This is more Murphy than anybody else.
Absolutely. Congressman, thank you. Godspeed on this. Anything else you'd like to update us on? Anything else happening with you?
Man, there's stuff a mile a minute, but this is the big one right now. And I'll wrap up with this, and I'm saying it for the third time. It just justifies, hey, you know what? Tom Giordano told the truth. Jeff Van Drew told the truth. Donald Trump told the truth. And millions of other people, they were worried about this. They were concerned, and they were told that they were bad. We were told we were bad people.
Well, I'll add this,
it's
given
real.
your previous profession, too. Tomorrow, Dr. Fauci, we told the truth about this. The diaries show what he was up to.
Yep. More bad stuff. It's coming out, man. We were in trouble. We still are in trouble, but at least now we know what we're dealing with and we're openly fighting it.
Absolutely. Congressman, thank you so much. Thanks for joining.
You take care, Dom. Thank you.
Congressman Jeff Van Drew, your calls are next. But first, it is time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
All right, we're playing for a pair of tickets to see a great night out. Joe Conklin, City Rhythm Orchestra, Greatest Moments in Philly Sports, Thursday, August 6th at the Ocean City Music Pier. Great venue with Ray Dininger and Glenn Macnow. For tickets, visit joeconklin.com.
Yeah, Dom. So, side question today, we're asking for those all-time countdowns. One of the answers provided us by the Earl of Tacony was the count up.
Right.
That bands use when they're starting to begin a song. They go like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, whatever. So frankly, I'm going to give you a band today that uses that in a lot of their songs. Now, of course, this isn't going to be one of their songs. It's actually going to be a cover song of the Spider-Man theme song.
Okay.
So I want to know this band who's going to do the classic 1, 2, 3, 4 in this cover. I want to know who this famous band is covering the Spider-Man theme song. Ready? Highly recognizable band that does a count up to start their songs. Want to know who this is?
Hit us with that, and you're off to see Joe Conklin, Ray, and Glenn. 855-839-1210. That's how you do it on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
New rules, New Jersey. If you have an e-bike, riders must be at least 15, hold a valid driver's license, or an e-bike special license.
There is a designated bike lane inside of my development, and I see these kids in the neighborhood that have these little e-scooters, and they're I call them the Bluebell Bike Bandits because they're a pain in the ass. They don't adhere to any of the rules. They're 12 years old. I don't expect them to know the rules. Like, where the hell are their parents at?
Start your day with Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
You know the feeling. That rush when you reach that goal. Make somebody brag a little back home. That's success. And at University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why UMGC offers an accredited skills-based education that helps move your career forward. We'll teach you how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science, plus build your skills in leadership, communication, and critical thinking. Explore more than 100 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. With affordable and online programs, you can unlock new opportunities to help you succeed again. At UMGC, success is yours for the taking and the making, and nothing should keep you from it, especially not an application fee. Apply now and we'll waive your application fee. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and nearly 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. Left untreated, these veins can cause tired, heavy legs, swelling, burning, cramping, aching, even restless leg syndrome. In some cases, it can lead to serious health risks, like blood clots. USA Vein Clinics offers minimally invasive treatments that take as little as 15 minutes, covered by most insurances. Call 267-223-7162 and schedule your appointment today. Don't wait. Call 267-223-7162 for free information today. Imagine walking, exercising, and sleeping peacefully again. Varicose and spider veins won't go away on their own. USA Vein Clinics can help. Call 267-223-7162 for fast, easy, and affordable solutions. USA Vein Clinics treatments are covered by most insurance plans. Don't put this off any longer. Call 267-223-7162. Life doesn't slow down, and planning your financial future can feel overwhelming. That's where Monastra Financial Group comes in. Whether you're preparing for retirement, managing a 401k, or protecting what matters most, their team offers personalized guidance built around you. With a straightforward approach, they help turn complex decisions into clear, confident steps forward. Take control of your financial future today. Text Mike Monastra at 484-471-4879. That's 484-471-4879.
My obstructive hypertrophic cardiomyopathy kept me from baseball games with my boys. The stairs were too much. With Camzyos, my symptoms have improved and I can be more active again. Camzyos is a cardiac myosin inhibitor, the first in its class to treat adults with symptomatic OHCM. Camzyos may improve your symptoms and ability to be active, and it reduced obstruction in the heart 4 times more.
In a 30-week study, Camzyos, mavacamten, reduced post-exercise obstruction on average 47 units of pressure versus 10 with placebo. Results may vary. Camzyos may cause serious side effects, including heart failure that can lead to death, a risk that's increased with serious infection, irregular heartbeat, or with certain other medicines. Do not stop, start, or change medicines or dose without telling your doctor. You must have echocardiograms before and during treatment. Seek help for new or worsening heart failure symptoms. Camzyos is only available through a restricted program. Before taking, tell your doctor about all your medical conditions and current or planned pregnancy, as Camzyos may harm your unborn baby.
Visit Camzyos.com or call 1-855-CAMZYOS. Actor Portrayal.
The intense July heat is here and Philadelphia humidity is peaking. Don't wait for your energy bills to skyrocket before realizing your windows are failing. Call the pros at Window Nation now. Right now, you can get 50% off all window styles plus 0 down payment and no payments or interest for 2 years. Get the energy-efficient windows from Window Nation installed in 1 day or less without the hassle. Beat the heat, protect your home, and start saving today. Schedule your fast, free consultation now at windownation.com.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
It's Dom's Money Melody.
All right, since it's Money Melody, a little note on the funeral. They're playing How Great Thou Art. The congregation sings it for Lindsey Graham. There's nothing like Amazing Grace. And if I had to be there with somebody doing it, because it's a bit performative, Bill Clinton does that better than anybody I've ever seen.
Oh.
When it comes to he can make you believe. He probably believes in himself. The ultimate connection and bond with any individual. He just emotes it. He can do it. Whether he's lying to himself or not, he doesn't even know anymore. He was that good. Not now, but back in the day, nobody could do it. But right now, here's your clue today.
On a day of countdowns, want to know this band that counts up.
And I told you, Henry, too, after we get a winner on this, I see a winner. I have to admit my bias.
Right,
you guys,
yeah.
I'll give you permission. You always have permission, but you can strike me down on this. But Bill in Bucks,
It's a strong contender at the very least.
Yeah, exactly right.
Particularly if it has a tenth of a second on this clock, then that's it. They shouldn't allow it. Well, let's go to Terrence in Port Richmond on Dom's Money Melody. Hey, Terrence, afternoon. What do you have today?
How are you today?
Good.
Good. My guess is the Beach Boys.
No.
Wow.
That seems to be throwing darts at the walls of Beach Boys.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
Mike in Medford. Hello, Mike. What's your answer?
That would be the Ramones.
Nicely done.
All right. Yeah, a little bit different than the Beach Boys. Henry, any more on that?
No, I was just, looking around for, there's not a lot of songs about countdowns or bands revolving around a countdown, but these guys count up in a lot of their songs. So I tried to just find something out of the way to incorporate that in.
All right, so you see Joe Conklin. By the way, I'm amazed when you see the Conklin show, how many things to be remembered, how many bits in it and stuff, and how many Conklins that are related. There must be a dozen of them that perform in this. So enjoy that. Ocean City, the pier there, is a great venue. All right, he better not blow it after all that teasing up here on the side question today. 98 days. We were kidding the other day. It was 100 days countdown, the urgency of the midterms. John Thune hasn't gotten that note, apparently, since there's no urgency with him. And am I right? Amazing Grace, how great thou art, too. I mean, it's a national cathedral, and Bill Clinton doing it. Unbelievable. Bill and Bucks on Talk Radio 1210. Bill, you've been around a lot of pop. Remember back in the day with Bill Clinton and Empathy. I feel your pain.
Yep.
I feel your pain.
Yeah, you got that right. Bill, I didn't have sex with that woman. Whatever.
Miss Lewinsky, not once did I do it.
Right.
Well, he wasn't counting oral sex.
He
wasn't counting oral sex as sex, too. That was another thing they tried.
Imagine what goes on in the White House.
Oh, God.
Whatever was that, storage room or whatever it was?
Yeah.
Great leg last night with Stacey Garrity in Warrington Township, by the way.
Good.
It was a
Glad
full
to
house.
hear it.
It was a full house.
Glad to hear it.
So some public officials were noticeably absent, but other than that, everything was all right.
Good.
It went very well. So that's it. And by the way, Dr. David Damsker is alive and well on Alms House Road in Doylestown Township at the Board of Health. Is actually the Cook County Health Department.
Does he ever get to speak? Remember how prominent this guy was? The it guy had credibility galore. They took him out.
Yeah, I know. And, the sheriff used to,
Yeah.
And he got primaried,
Exactly.
Mill Worrell.
Yeah. Exactly.
The party took care of him.
Was exactly. So, Bill, what's your side answer today?
Oh, my side answer today is a countdown clock, actually a public comment countdown clock at the Philadelphia City Council.
Or, that's right. But I mean, I'm thinking of the ones at the school board meetings too. It's unbelievable.
Exactly. They all do it. The 3-minute clock, but it seems for Alavente, they seem to change those numbers and they go in reverse whatever they do up there.
Particularly, where is it? Is it Pencrest? I mean, is that the right? There's one particularly virulent in Bucks County. I think they have the 10th of a second. When you're doing that at a school board meeting, you really have lost your mind.
Yeah, the school boards do. They do And they actually count the time they talk from the dais up there, the school board directors.
Yeah,
you know?
exactly.
That's
That is a
part of
very
the-
good
that's
one.
part of
Thank
the
you,
clock.
Bill. Yeah, I have a bias toward that. When that first started, and then with Alante, who
I
hopefully
was
will be with
just
us on
about to
Thursday.
say that.
Yeah. Well, then they changed it in the middle. Now it's only 1 minute.
Right.
Like that. By 1 minute, he has to go through that whole I'm Alante Macaulay.
Mm-hmm.
You have sinned, I'm throwing in there. For 70 years, you've done that. And then he takes some arcane issue that city council's dealing with that day and goes off on it.
Yep.
We recognize Cuba today. And then he goes off. How dare you?
Mm-hmm.
City council takes the summer off. Less damage from their meetings. Lance in South Philly with us on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Lance.
How you doing, Dom?
Good.
It's been a while. After that storm, I was running around here, fixing walls and roofs and ceilings. So
good to
but
have
I know
you.
the other, thank you. Others want to get on, Dom. There's no worse countdown than when you're in the 6th or 7th grade, and your buddies triple dog dare you to ask the prettiest girl in school out, and you can't welch. And as she's coming down the hall, they're counting down 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And John, you've been triple dog dared. You got to ask her.
I hear you. And Lance, you seem like you'd be quite a ladies' man. You'd have some kind of patter.
Right.
You were, hey, can I tell you about extermination? Yeah.
Yeah. And Dom, that countdown is like going to the guillotine. As she's coming down the hall, she's getting closer and prettier and closer and prettier. And you probably got on your dad's cologne for the special occasion. But Dom, you don't want to be the neighborhood welcher. That's like the neighborhood snitch.
Yeah. And I remember the story of your dad driving one hand the cigarette out, so that cologne had to be pretty powerful.
Oh, he was a brute man.
Oh, there we
Brute.
go. Figured it. Yeah, brute for
old
men.
school brute.
Excellent.
Yeah, that's my countdown.
Thank you, Lance. Lance is a man of great details.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this is like Schwarber Harper. No, it's like Ruth Garrick. Lance followed by Zenos in
There we
Upper
go.
Darby. Hey, Zenos, welcome in.
Good afternoon, Dom, to you and everybody in the station. Before I get started, maybe I can make a little comment about Madami with the salami.
Yes.
If you remember, years and years ago, with 60 Minutes, they did a thing in Russia where the husband went to work and the wife went out to buy stuff. Well, she came home an hour before he did. Now, you figure 8 hours that she had to wait in line for rotten vegetables and everything. And this is what this guy's going to do in New York. He's going to have people waiting around to get the slop what's left over instead of leaving things alone. And he's going to ruin a first-class city. He's going to ruin New York City, and he's doing it slowly but shoot.
Yeah, and Zenos, to your point, and you know something about the food industry. This is the one thing you cannot do central planning. You have to be on top of it and make decisions day by day if you have a supermarket. You just can't plan out 30 days. They'll take the food to Freight Day, the 30-day discount, and sell it. Or, that's what it'll be like.
Exactly. And, if you're in the food industry, there's certain, certain things that you can carry a little bit. Then they start losing, their freshness. And you're absolutely right. Then they're going to go to these places where you're going to have wilted down stuff, black carrots, rotten tomatoes. This is not going to work, Tom. It didn't work in the Soviet Union for almost up to 1989, and it's not going to work there. He thinks by repeating something and using fancy talk, he's going nowhere fast.
Exactly. Thank you, Zenos. Thank you very much. Coming up, it's not back to school time. I don't start that, even though they start the sales July 4th or whatever. But I saw a story today. To protect schools, you will not believe what the newest thing is. Handful of schools in Florida, Georgia, and Colorado are doing this. I'll tell you what this is. And look, I still think having armed people there, both a resource officer, think Abington, and faculty that can store a weapon in a safe place, athletic director, lunch lady comes out from the mashed potatoes, firing away. You need people there that are going to return fire, and that's the way you can stop this. But I'll tell you what schools are doing that is pretty exotic, to put it mildly. Is it money well spent or not? And it's ripped right from the headlines in Iran and Ukraine. That's next, and your calls at 855-839-1210.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
If you drive a truck, Jeep, SUV, or any vehicle equipped with any and all-terrain type tires, this promotion is for you. Right now, during United Tire's Terrain Tough Tire event, buy any set of 4 all-terrain or mud-terrain tires and save $100 on your tires, plus $50 off a wheel alignment. That's $150 in total savings. United Tire carries the trusted brands you know, backed by honest service and expert technicians who keep you driving with confidence. Visit your neighborhood United Tire today. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Hit the road this season to watch the Birds. Book your road trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are available now for Nashville, Arizona, Chicago, and London. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly. The official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Weather sponsored by the Piazza Auto Group.
A flood watch remains in effect across the region today. We'll have mostly cloudy conditions. Watch out for some heavy showers and storms, especially later this afternoon, with a high 82. Tonight, some shower and storm chances, especially early. Low 70 for the city, a bit cooler in the suburbs. And then for Wednesday, drying out, partly sunny and warm with a high 84.
At the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event, get a deal so right, it almost feels wrong. Take advantage of 0% financing for 60 months on select new models, like the Tucson and Santa Fe. Going on now at Piazza Hyundai of Pottstown and Westchester and PiazzaHyundai.com.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All right, that is part of the side question here. Count down, count up. Something like 98 days to the midterms. That's our premise. Dom Giordano Show. We're far away. I'm not going to say, oh, we're in the home stretch of the summer. I never say that because summertime and the living is easy. We've been pushed back on that a little bit today, but I still stand by that. But schools are adding pepper spraying drones to help combat active shooters. The plastic, non-lethal aircraft can smash windows and ram attackers. They'll be ready in a handful of schools in Florida, Georgia, and Colorado. So a drone attack. Washington Post, schools in at least 3 states will be equipped with drones this year that can smash windows, pepper spray active shooters if teachers report a threat. At least 9 schools will have storage boxes that house the plastic non-lethal aircraft. The drones, which are activated by teachers, are capable of reaching a shooter within 15 seconds. They're designed to distract their targets by flashing strobes, blaring sirens, spraying them with pepper gel, or ramming them at 60 miles an hour. Once I get the drones on you, you just can't escape that, says a retired Navy SEAL and defense co-founder of this thing. The programs continue a wave of spending on high-tech security on campuses, multi-million-dollar industry fueled by the threat of school shootings. According to the Washington Post, they've recorded 435 shootings since Columbine. They're fraudulent on that, but, there is a fear. There's a lot. Do you see this as kind of something that's pie in the sky? I think the drones, based upon this, could have some degree of effectiveness. The problem is, in the chaos of this, are we going to see people release the drones?
Well,
is that going to happen?
Who's piloting it? Like you said there in your little excerpt there, that Navy SEAL guy said, once I've got you, it's over. Right, you're a Navy SEAL. What about Mr. Robinson, the history teacher? If he gets a hold of the controls, is it over for the shooter then?
Yeah, I don't know. The prep on this would seem to be pretty vast. Otherwise, you're going to be shooting at students, too. You got the, friendly fire part of this.
Is there a training course on this? I got to know more.
Exactly. Yeah. I've always, and some of the school shootings that have been stopped, or at least stopped, not going on forever, have been people who were armed, who were able to do it. But it's not foolproof. And one of the most famous in Florida, we had some of those officers not go into the school, derelict of that. And in the one in, is it Uvalde, I believe, in Texas, we had real, you might even call it cowardice, and allowed that shooting to go on. We had a story I remember from that, though. We had somebody who did respond. I think he was law enforcement, but he was something like that. And he's at his barber with the shotgun there and just took it from the barber, the shotgun. Texas, give me a haircut, give me a shotgun.
Oh, man.
Yeah, oh, yeah. While the other guys did not do anything at all. So as we get back to school, watch for this. Yeah, the execution of this is something that makes a lot of difficulty. Let's go to Michael in Wilmington. And Michael, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Hello, Michael.
Hey, Dom. How are you, my good sir? Thank you for taking my phone call today.
You're welcome, Michael.
I appreciate it. Just wanted to say real quick, most famous person that went to my high school was Bradley Cooper. Most famous guy.
That's he's fallen off a little bit, has he not? That we haven't heard as much from him.
He has. He's definitely been quiet, but he was a nice guy in high school. He was a couple years ahead of me, but super nice guy. Very approachable, nowhere near his status of fame that he is now, but just a super nice, normal guy.
What school was that, Michael?
Germantown Academy.
Okay. Were there other accomplished people from there?
There were, yeah. Alvin Williams went to high school. He was about 2 years ahead of me. He went to Villanova.
Yep.
He played on that great basketball team with Kerry Kittles and Jason Lawson with Lapis. And I think he did play a couple years in the pros, if I'm not mistaken.
I think he did.
Kind of a low level, but there was quite a few really good athletes there. And Bradley Cooper, obviously, being such a famous Hollywood guy, has been probably the biggest But there's definitely some other really good people that went to my high school there. So sure,
it is a mark of inspiration when you know these people, and particularly at the school. And Cheltenham used to really do that. Now they want to kick Netanyahu out. That's the thing.
Yeah, I mean, and that's ridiculous. I mean, for someone as internationally renowned as Netanyahu, regardless whether you like him or you don't, you could say the same thing about anybody going to a famous high school. You can't not accept a guy like that. You just can't. You've got to just accept him for who he is and what he's done and the power he has and prestige, and just kind of, you don't like him, just turn the other way. But you can't not accept the guy. My personal opinion.
Oh, sure,
so,
without a doubt. I mean, I told you about the judge that I go after routinely, but she belongs in there. That was their judgment. She was prominent. Although it would be like if a school had, where is he from in the suburbs, Henry? You usually know that. Larry Krasner.
Oh, Berwyn?
Is it Berwyn? I said Tredyffrin.
Yeah,
and all that.
Tredyffrin
Yeah, I
Township,
don't know if Larry Krasner's in their Hall of Fame or not yet. I have to look that up.
It'd be Conestoga.
Conestoga, yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Conestoga, that's what Bucks, is that Bucks County, Dom?
No,
Conestoga?
that's...
I think it's right on the edge of Chester County going to Delco.
Yeah.
Oh,
I think
that's right. That's right.
Exactly.
Yeah. So, lastly, real quick, Don, just before I get to my side, I want to make one quick reference. I would love to see a lot of these people get justice for what happened with the COVID thing, especially when, people who weren't getting the vaccine, like you remember, were being called murderers. But unfortunately, in my opinion, like a lot of these people, that are head of the NEA or head of the CDC or head of these other organizations that were so powerful, it's almost as if they're never going to have the justice we'd like to see, and because they are so powerful and because these organizations behind them are always going to protect them. I want to see it. I just don't see it happening. So I truly don't see the justice we'd like to see happen to a lot of these people that cause so much damage to so many people and children. It's just a shame.
And I'm going to be thinking tomorrow, the question
opinion.
to ask is, do we think that in the future we're not going to see the same sort of tactics used? I think the people that are in Democrat Party now, it would be even worse than before.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's going to be an interesting, questioning with Fauci. Hopefully, he doesn't pull any of this. Takes the fifth, and he really. I think whatever goes on between him and Rand Paul is going to get pretty explosive.
Yeah, this is
guaranteed.
We'll have play-by-play. I still would tag Kennedy in, but I think Rand Paul would be very good.
Yeah, it would be great. So to get to my side, Dom, the great countdown I thought of. As much as I was trying to practice before you got me on the line, I can't do it really well. But those crazy guys at the auction houses that are talking a million miles
come
a
on.
second. And
we need a little bit of it. Come on.
Yeah, go for
Come
it.
on.
Give me 45, 50, give me 50, 45, give me 50. Go once, going twice, third time, sold.
Nice.
The auction countdown.
Very nice. Go to the car auction in Mannheim. I had to go there once, and it was unbelievable. The stuff these guys did. I don't know who was selling, who was buying. People were yelling all kinds of things.
Nice.
Okay. 855-839. I only had to do one of those for Rose's friend at the zoo, one of those auctions. And that's when Josh Shapiro walked in. I didn't see him. Well, we know the reason. All right. Josh, what would you bid on this? 855-839-1210. It is the lightning round next. Great question. Hit us all-time countdown. Let's get a winner.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
I'm not voting for the character or the integrity or whatever he may lack. I want closed borders. I want a good economy. I want low crime. I want free speech. Everything that the MAGA platform is, that's what I want for this country. If a politician is your role model and idol, you're probably looking down the wrong avenue, right? Athletes, politicians, entertainers. I tell my daughters, Taylor Swift's not your role model. Your parents should be your role model.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
My name is Joanne Mattia, and I've been with Crash Proof Retirement since 2014. The closer you are to retirement, the more you realize that paycheck is not going to be coming in anymore. The best thing to do is to contact Crash Proof Retirement. The Crash Proof Retirement system helps me actually to fight inflation. The fact that I can take money out monthly for my monthly expenses and still have the bulk of my money available to me and still earning interest is very, very important to me. It's not something that is stagnant. It's always growing. I have a history with Crash Proof Retirement, and it's been one of confidence and reliability. I'm retired now, and I don't worry about my income, and I don't worry about my expenses, and that's what's the most important to me.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Spring Mill Country Club in Ivyland, PA on Tuesday, August 18th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Let me tell you something about insurance. When you sign your insurance policy, for some brokers, that's the finish line. Handshake, commission, done. Then you may not hear from them again until it's time for renewal. But your business runs all year, so do the gaps and the risk. So go to supersure.com. If your company has more than 25 employees, whether you're the owner, CFO, or HR manager, it can be too complex to just go buy a policy online. Supersure is the super agency built for you, licensed in every state for your business insurance and employee benefits, all with year-round support for you and your team. At supersure.com, you can access tools like fine print facts. It'll translate your current policy into plain English so you see what's covered and what's not. Plus a business value calculator so you can estimate what your business is worth so you know what actually needs protecting. Go to supersure.com. One super agency, one powerful platform, all your policies in one place. Supersure.com. That's supersure.com. Paid for by Supersure Insurance Agency, LLC, a licensed insurance agency.
All Dom Giordano listeners, follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
Guy Shiraki weighing in and saying Tredyffrin Easttown is his district. Conestoga is where the softball players play when they go to high school. I think that Krasner, I don't know, we had him riding a horse there or something in the past. It kind of fits, yeah. Maybe more than his bike with Frankie Scales. All right, it is the lightning round. By the way, Jim Jordan tomorrow on board. At Dom Show 1210, your advice, how would you coach him up to face Larry Krasner? I mean that. You can't see Krasner as a pushover. He is the best, meaning the worst, of all these progressive DAs. In the ring, he'll do anything. He is insufferable. Remember Judge Dugan telling him, hey, when he mentions your wife, that's it. Hey, moderator, shut up, sit down. Larry, you punk, stand up. When you have the opportunity with this guy, seize upon anything he says where there's opportunity. The cockiness in Washington with this will be second to anything we've ever seen. All right, let's go to Jeanette in Northeast Philly on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Jeanette, what's yours today?
Hey, Dom. So I want your listeners to know that there's 150 more shopping days until Christmas. And the countdown starts on December 26th. When you're not allowed to say Merry Christmas anymore, you just have to start shopping. Just so you know.
Thank you. Let's start the countdown to when we can say Happy New Year again.
Just want to say that.
Let's start that. It's only a few days. Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah, you had to say that, though. Rose driving right now. I'll probably get a text. Only 150 days to Christmas. What are we getting, everybody?
Oh, boy.
Oh, man. That's why you can't have Christmas in July like they had down the shore this week. It just triggers all this other stuff. Can I get a giant Santa to put outside right now during July? Chef Dave in Oakland on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Chef, what's yours today?
Mine is the time, 1943, the place of Volgograd, a ticking clock, and while the clock ticked, the Russians would tell the Germans every 7 seconds a German soldier dies in Stalingrad. And then they would do the 7 seconds countdown and then play Tango of Death.
Unbelievable.
Poor Germans in the freezing cold.
Stalingrad, too. I'm watching the eulogies, by the way, for Lindsey Graham, and I've always been a fan. If you can do a eulogy that's both really on point, the core of a person, humor, and then the uplifting part. It's good for everybody. Whenever you attend a funeral, if you know the person and it actually hits. And I think it's like a great film, even if it's not fully true. Come on. Are we going to have fact checkers jump up? The fact checker, that's not true. I can see at the Trump funeral in the future.
I guarantee it.
Yeah, the
Someone's
fact
gonna
checker
do it.
jumped. CNN, 10 fact checkers. No, Trump didn't do that. They do it in the cathedral. This is Jake Tapper. Just wanted you to know. That's not true. Let's go to Drew in Upper Darby. Hey, Drew. Good afternoon.
Hey, Dom. Thank you so much. You know, Dom, I kind of have a dead man walking theme here, and I'm going to go with a person's execution. Whether it's the date or the time, like the execution might be 11:58 at night, and they're waiting. They probably just got done eating their last meal, which may have been a bacon double cheeseburger, because that's what it seems like their last meal always is.
Yeah, the Billy Bob
And
Thorntons
they're
there are always going with the bacon double cheese, but you're not exactly bring me to French cuisine. Yes.
and they're waiting, and they're sweating it out. They're waiting for that phone to ring, you know, hoping it's the governor. You know what I mean, Dom?
Wait a minute.
Thanks,
That
man.
might be a great side question. I'm always looking for it. The phone call you dread or the phone call you're waiting for? That's I think there's
it's like
potential there. Yeah.
Right. It's like if it's a doctor's appointment, you know what I mean? But after some blood work or something. Thanks, man.
All right, so the countdown to death. I got him there in the end. Bruce in the Northeast. Hey, Bruce, welcome in.
Hey, Dom. Let me get this straight. The guy who called earlier, he said his father taught Amelia Earhart.
I messed up on that. It was the Fox and Friends. I thought I had Amelia Earhart. That would be hard to beat. Yes.
That's what I thought too. You know, because if he did teach, he could have taught her how to fly. Really, you know, would have helped. But either way, my answer today is, you know, in the James Bond 007 movies, near the very end of the movie, Dr. No is ready to detonate the nuclear bomb, and James Bond, Sean Connery, is running through the plant, and you hear it over the loudspeaker, 20 seconds to detonation, 15 seconds to detonation. Anyway, you know, eventually he saves the day, and he also gets the girl in the end, so you can't beat that, you know.
Nicely played. Yeah, those films where they're giving you the 7 seconds to detonate. MacGyver. You know, that they have to step in. Speed. He's underneath the bus doing it. All right, Phil in Delaware's the final hitter today. Side question. Phil, what's yours?
Hey, good afternoon. Happy Hanukkah.
Thank you, Phil.
So, I figured Happy Hanukkah and New Year's works hand in hand.
There you go. Why not?
So we have 45 days till Mandami eats some cake and just has to sit out from 9/11.
That's a good one. 45 days to 9/11. The countdown is on the 25th. It's over 25,000 signatories starting to show today of people that say, no, this guy doesn't belong at the 9/11 ceremony. He's going to go, though, it looks like. But the families are starting to mass around this. And, you know, would it be appropriate that one of them calls him out there and says, why you don't belong here? You don't have to sit there and take it in a moment like that. It'd be like Larry Krasner going to go to a law enforcement event. They have blocked Krasner at hospitals several times when officers have been shot, particularly if they were killed. Hundreds of them blocking him. He showed up with his Starbucks coffee, which he always seems to have. All right, Kirk, who did you like today?
I loved all of them, but I'm definitely going with Jeanette from Northeast with 150 more days till Christmas.
That was pretty. Was a good call too. How about you, Henry?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I got to second her call as much as it bugs me.
Okay.
I also like Michael Wilmington with the kind of auctioneer, you know, countdown there. I liked Bruce Northeast with the bomb exploding as well.
Nothing for Bill, though. You guys were all.
It's one of those where I just had to cut him. I just had to cut him off my list.
Man.
Yeah,
I thought that was the top 2 or 3. All right, the 150 Days of Christmas was timely. Michael, we appreciate, though, always in the call when you do something active like that. That was a pretty good auction. All right, tomorrow, already we know that Jim Jordan will be on the show. If you have a tip on how to deal with Larry Krasner, see, I think too many times when people have such hatred They overlook it's about winning. It's not just about being mad about Krasner. It's about putting Krasner on the spot, which is more difficult than you might think. Just like tomorrow with Rand Paul, it's not just screaming and all that. It's drawing Fauci out now that we have the diaries to get Fauci on the record and possibly, well, there are civil suits certainly that can hit Fauci. As far as the pardon and everything he's pardoned for, I'm not exactly sure that's totally correct. So full coverage of Fauci tomorrow, and I'll ask Jim Jordan about that and his showdown with Larry Krasner over what Krasner does overall, I think, but particularly on illegal immigration. I'm telling you, Krasner will have an opening statement. He's going to go down Broadway or Broad Street, right at them. That's the way he operates. Got to be ready for it. All right, afternoon show is next for 3 big hours. Follow on Twitter until tomorrow at DomShow1210, at DomShow1210, and we'll be available to see what developments happen around Mikey Sherrill. Great guest today, though. The guest on COVID was fabulous stuff. Afternoon show next. You're listening to Dom Giordano and then the afternoon show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried